Right, guys, welcome to my channel. And in today's video, we will be doing the live commentary between the Springboks and the Wallabies from Pretoria at Loftus Versfeld. And it's going to be a really great game. It's the first test of this year for the Springboks, leading up to that title defense a little bit later on at the World Cup. So a lot's going to happen from now till then, and really looking forward to it. What we're going to do in this video is we are going to go through the team press conferences, as well as a couple of videos with press conferences of the players, and that leading up to the kickoff at 5 o'clock, where we will be doing the live commentary between the two sides. So for those of you who don't know who is playing today, let's quickly go through the team lineups just to give you guys an idea. For the Springboks, we're going to have Billy LaRue, Cannon Moody, Lukanya Aminandre Estreisen in the midfield, along with Kurtley Arendse, Manny Libbok at 10. What an important game that it's going to be for Manny Libbok today to absolutely shut his critics, because they have been saying that he can't perform under pressure, and it's going to be interesting to see whether he's going to be able to take the pressure today from this Wallaby side, and especially from a guy like Quay Cooper. But we'll go into that a little bit later on. Kobus Reinach starting at 9 today. He's going to want to use this opportunity to stamp off his authority as the second choice scrum half in South Africa at the moment. If we look at the forwards for the Springboks, we've got Dwayne Vermeulen, Peter Steftetoué, and Marco van Staden today in a loose trio. Dwayne Vermeulen obviously captaining this side today, and it's going to be absolutely brilliant to see how he's going to perform with that captaincy. A lot of people have said that he's been the actual captain in the side. I totally disagree with that, but a key player he definitely is, and he will definitely get the respect from his fellow teammates today. Peter Steftetoué, after a long layoff in that Springbok jersey, gets another chance. I'm not very keen with the guys playing in Japan, because the rugby's just not up to standard at this stage, but there's enough time to get ready for the Rugby World Cup a little bit later on. Marco van Staden getting a very small opportunity to knock that door down in that number 6 flanker, but it's going to be a really tough job to actually break it down, and he might be one of the guys that's going to be unlucky not to go to the World Cup later this year. Marvin Orie and Jean Klein in the lock combination. Jean Klein making his debut. We will go and have a look at the Jean Klein press conference a little bit later on. He's been absolutely chuffed to be in the Springbok side, and the former Irish international now becoming a Springbok today. Then Frans Malherbe, Bongi Monambi, and Stephen Kitsop in the front row. It's going to be very interesting to see how they're going to match up against this Wallaby side. A very strong packer for the Springboks, and one that could easily dominate the Wallabies on the day. If we look at the bench that they've got there, Chosen Dweba, Thomas de Toey, Vincent Kok, Ergis Snyman, Ian van Roos, Dion Fourie, Grant Williams, and Damien Willemse. We've got a couple of players here that might not make the cut for the World Cup later on. And guys like Ian van Roos, Dion Fourie, Grant Williams, especially Chosen Dweba, will want to prove themselves today off the bench for the Springbok side. If we go and have a look at the Wallaby side, Tom Wright, Suliasi Vunivalu, Lenny Kitoa, Rhys Hodge, Marika Korobetti, Quay Cooper, and Nick White. It screams of experience there in the form of Korobetti, Cooper, and White, along with Rhys Hodge, who's been there for quite a while now. If you look at the forwards for them, Rob Valentini, Michael Hooper, and debutant Tom Hooper, they're going to have their hands full with the Springbok side today. And then Will Skelton and Nick Frost coming in as the lock combination with Alan Alatoa, David Borecki, and James Slipper starting in the front row. It's going to be a massive game between the two sides, and one that I'm really looking forward to. Then on the bench, we got Jordan Ulisi, Matt Gibbon, Zayn Nongor on debut, Richie Arnold on debut, Pete Samu, Tate McDermott, Samu Karevi, and then Carter Gordon completing this Wallaby side. Then we also have to look at this, because this is going to have a massive impact on the game as well. Referee Ben O'Keefe today from New Zealand, the assistant referees Paul Williams and Andrea Piardi, and then the TMO Brendan Pickerel. So let me know in the comment section what you guys think of what is going to happen. K-Pax Mobile Gaming says, Johan, my bra, lekker om jou weer te sien. As lang tyd, my maat. gaan so 'n paar minute watch en gaan my hare stay back sal definitief hier wees vir die game net hou. Dis great K-Packs en sien nou daarna om jou hier op hierdie stream op te hê. So wat ons gaan doen is ons gaan nou so 'n paar video klips speel van vroeër die week wat oplei na die toets wat 5:00 begin en dan gaan ons 'n bietjie luister hoe klink hulle daarso. But we'll have to wait and see how it's going to turn out, guys. I'm going to play the first clip for you guys. This was one of the first press conferences of the week. So let me know what you guys think of it, and we can discuss it after this.
Questions?
Jacques or us, how's the team looking from the squad looking from an injury recovery perspective?
Yeah, I can give the injury update because I spoke to Top this morning. I think the only real concern will be touch and go to play a Rugby Championship game, and then I'm not including the Argentina test match. Is Andre. Gibbon's results really looked good yesterday. Balance is all ready to go. Do you want to miss? No, that's the basic 3-4 there was questions about it. So Andre is a bit of a worry if he will be able to play in the Rugby Championship.
Why is this a bit of a worry? What's the extent of his injury?
It's a calf injury which he re-injured, which he had when he was playing for Leicester. So re-injury, we're always a little bit more nervous. That's the reason why we have Elton here, so that Andre can fully recover and we don't push him too early and give a date for him is more or less the same in Sia now. We're looking at either that Argentina or that Wales or that New Zealand test match, which is not part of the Rugby Championship. You tend to, when you only have 2 flyers here, you tend to put pressure on the guy to be ready then. This helps us at training especially, not for guys like Faf to sort on a 10 and those kind of things. It helps a lot, but also Damon Bones is fit now.
Jacques, have you guys sort of got an idea of the group you'll be sending to New Zealand, and do you know when you'll be announcing that group?
Yeah, I think we definitely in our heads we've got a pretty good idea, and obviously the players will have a pretty good idea, but there's still changes. I mean, like now, Damien last week, this time we weren't sure if he'll be ready or not, and like Rassi said, now he is, so that changes. In terms of strategies that you will do, but I think we will probably only announce that with a team announcement next week, because we would probably not like the people to know who's going where, when. Yeah.
So you're only sending them late next week, or will it be early in the week?
Yeah, the balance will probably be for us to it's nice to have this big squad because you can actually go 15v15, so probably the balance will be to send them as early as possible or as late as possible, so that the team that will play against Australia will have a proper test preparation week, but also sending them early enough so that they can get the benefit of time getting over jet lag.
Just to qualify that we booked make sure that we booked enough spaces on the Tuesday and the Wednesday to make sure that the Australian team is not underdone in terms of opposition. So if we are happy by Tuesday, they'll probably fly as soon as possible, so either be Tuesday or Wednesday.
Jacques or Rossi, just with your thoughts on Eddie's team and the fact that he seems to try and bring the heaviest pack to South Africa with change?
Yes, yeah. Look, to be honest, I think Eddie will probably do. If what I read in the papers, and obviously I'm not 100% sure what's going on in their camp, but if you look at he's got 2 squads and different names. So the one that he says is going to go to the Rugby Championship or coming to us, and then there's other group staying behind. He gave them another name. So I think everybody is focusing on the Rugby Championship because you want to go into the World Cup with momentum. But I also think there's a long-term thought process going in everybody's heads in terms of preparing for the World Cup. I think it's similar with Eddie. Yeah. So in terms of, and I think what we said last week is that it will be tough for us to kind of prepare for what Australia will bring, because we're not sure will it be Eddie more England mindset, or will it be a Dave Rennie mindset. Some of the Brumby players only came in a little bit later, so you're not 100% sure. So I think the key thing for us is just to focus on myself and to make sure that we get our stuff right, because we will guess if we know what they're going to bring from their side.
Jacques, obviously with Andre now, how close are you to finding your captain or captains for the Rugby Championship Test match?
Yeah, no, I think like we said previously, Sia stays our captain for the World Cup until he's ruled out, and we will have interim captains that we will select in the build-up towards that until he is ready to take over as captain.
We just like next week, Monday,
Yeah.
Tuesday, when we announce the team, we'd like, obviously the team now already with the captain is for the first game, and then if we announce that, everybody will know what the team looks like next week. So the players now just don't want to speculate this weekend, and that becomes the big story. Australia is actually the big story, so not story, interest. So yeah, we will announce, we'll be training like that, and then for the game or the next one in New Zealand, there will probably be another captain as well. So it's not to be for anything, it's just a team announcement, we'll announce that together.
Yeah.
Coach Rassim, I've got two questions that I can split between you and Joel. The first question is, who of the management team is going over to New Zealand with that initial squad? And then the second question, sorry, just please answer the first question. Who's going to go with the team over? And then the second question is back to the number 10. Andre is a very particular type of player that gives you a very physical and very controlled approach, where maybe Marnie and Damien are a little bit more fluent in their play and a bit more attacking. Has that changed your approach now that you know he's not going to be involved in the first two games? Does that change your approach in the back line?
Do you want to yeah, but you want me to answer the management one? Yeah, we're not going to take the full management team, as we're not going to take all 41 players obviously to New Zealand. We are the first group of flying, as I say, Tuesday or Wednesday next week. And that will be, it depends, it might not even be 15, it might be 13, 12. It depends on which guys can handle them here and there very well. But players are built differently and take different loads in games. So even the team that flies the next Sunday will arrive only the Tuesday. And that won't be all for the battle of the 41. It won't be all of them. It will probably be around 30, 28, depending on what we need to see. How did it go? The Australia Test match did well. We got injured. Of course, the whole team is not going. We take the whole management. Someone has to look after the players who stay behind. So there will be 4 of the management members, like spinning masseuses and stuff like that. Will stay behind, 4 management members.
And you're staying here and not going over with them? The core of the management group, the coaching staff staying here?
No, all the coaches there's 3 coaches that fly over on Saturday night after the game to be ready with that team on that side from the Monday morning to start coaching them, and then the rest of the management team is flying with the players on the Sunday.
And you don't want to reveal those 3 coaches twice?
No, I don't want to talk about it.
In terms of, I think in terms of let's call it a game plan or game strategy that we have at the box, we have a framework that we put out there. But I think if you ask any player, you must bring your own individuality into that. And so yes, Andre's got a certain individuality, or can I say a style that he brings to the game. But as Marnie can't be Andre can't be Marnie, Damien Rosa can't be Marnie, can't be Andre. So everybody's got their own personality and their own style and their own skill set that makes them different. And the framework must, we believe that framework must never be there to push you in a specific way or style. You must always bring your own characteristics out into our game plan. So yeah.
Can I go? Thank you. When I was your question, how different is it preparing as a player this year as opposed to 4 years ago?
Obviously, 4 years ago, it was already a total different story. We all knew a bunch of new players coming together, obviously a new coaching staff and new plans. So it did take us longer than than usual to prepare and to be aligned. But obviously, since then, I must say, we're sort of finding our rhythm quicker, sort of aligning quicker, because I mean, we've known each other for 4 years now or longer, and yeah, we sort of know what the coaches expect from us, and also what they expect from the coaches, and also as players, what they expect from each other. We definitely are working harder, because you know we can't do what we did 4 years ago, because then you obviously full of the bus. But yeah, we definitely working harder. We put things in place, making sure that first of all we are aligned, and obviously alignment camps did help a lot. But obviously having the whole group together, 40 players, 45 players together, and making sure that everyone is getting coached and everyone is aligning properly with the plan.
Okay.
Thanks, Ina. Jacques, just following up on the fly half question. Fly half being such a key position in terms of how you actually want to play. How much of a disruption is it in terms of World Cup planning? That I think who most people would consider to be your number one fly half might only come into the scheme of things, 2 or 3 games before the World Cup. Does that set your planning back at all?
No, I don't think so. I think, like I say, I think the basic game model or game plan that you put out there is the basic one. And then the players will adapt and evolve and apply their skill set into that. Obviously, we get used to the guy that's playing there. And I think it's probably similar with somebody important like Sia. It's probably the same disruption. I won't say it is always. It would be, if you say what's platinum prize, it will to have everybody fit and available in training. That would be in platinum prize. But obviously it's not there. It's not the case, and it is what it is. And you can either sit back and say, listen, we don't have this guy, or you just move on. And we're fortunate if you think of the squad that we built over the last couple of years that we've been together with this group. I mean, there's good depth and quality in the majority of all the positions here.
Rasi, obviously yesterday we heard Springboks being parting ways with the balls and so on. Just a word on that and how your thoughts of a player who's been part of your group for such a long time and his future as well.
Yeah, no, looking at his age and how well he played for us, we just hope as soon as possible we can see him somewhere in the field to rate his play and to make him a contender again and start comparing him like all other players in which street, wherever he plays. A player like that who's been with us, we don't care. Hopefully he stays in South Africa, that would be fantastic. If he plays abroad, the nice thing is if he plays in French top 14 or if he plays in Japan, we've worked with him. You can sort of judge how he's doing there. So I would never talk about a player's personal life, and also don't know the inside and outside of what's going on there. But we just hope as soon as possible we can see him somewhere to judge him or to rate him against the guys who's playing in the Springbok team, so we can consider him. That's best wishes for him where whatever is wrong or right, and when he's playing again.
There's been concern from his side about obviously his well-being in the last few months.
I'll tell you, there's a lot of this squad is 41, and we've worked a lot since 2018. I'm not saying you're like a father at all, but you get to know that there's a lot of people struggling with a lot of things. I'm not referring to Sabusa specifically now. And some is knowledge, some is not knowledge out there, and some of the things that players are handling themselves, or some are we a little bit involved, and some is there's other professional help players, and I think overall when we talk about players, we must talk about them as persons. And we mustn't always discuss their personal life out there to everyone. So again, I don't have insights to that, but I just want to get him back on the field, and I hope he's okay. And wherever we can assist, if there's something on field, off field, getting a contract, playing anywhere, if he comes to SA Rugby, we'll certainly try and support where we can.
Jock, Eddie Johns revealed this week that he's going to use utility players playing flankers at wing and other way around. What is your view on that?
No,
We
don't.
Out of position.
To be honest, every coach has got his own style and things that he would like to do. So my comment on that, I don't know. Obviously he will do what he feels is the best for Australian rugby, and I can't comment on what he feels is the best. So yeah. Don't know if Rusty's got anything.
No, it's just the wingers and centres they have are as big as flankers. Currently, Betty and those guys, so we didn't hear that. We haven't seen that, so it's the news to us now. But Eddie thinks outside the box, and Eddie always plays one or two little mind games before a test, man. I'm not sure if that started it or if it's really something to do. And he's the kind of guy that has the guts to do stuff like that. And I think he got some rugby league guys in as well. I think Eddie's coaching staff, I looked the other day, it's a hell of a coaching staff with a lot of guys being involved. And I think, not that I'm there to judge that, I think because of his experience, he can probably pull a lot of people aligned in a very short space of time because there's a lot of coaches there. And then the way he's bringing in league players, and as you said now, which we just heard, if he's considering that, I don't think he's a guy that's afraid of doing things like that. So it will be just one of Eddie's other challenges which we have to handle.
Thank you.
Jacques, still on the Australian challenge, what did you make of Saturday's Super Rugby final? And the challenge that will come, because clearly from what we saw in the Crusaders Chiefs game, they pretty much showed fair pictures of what may come from the All Blacks.
I think so. I think obviously I haven't looked at their squad yet, the New Zealand squad, but obviously I think the bulk will probably come out of the Crusaders between those two teams, like you rightly say. Obviously they played in the final, and yes, the Rolling Maul's back. They scored 2 great tries on the back of that, and also I think the one that got the Crusaders back into the mix when they were 10-8 down came from a Maul which the backline launched. So I think in terms of that, pretty much a tightly contested game.
Rassi, can you just tell us more about how you feel about the Under-20 Championship? I mean, it's the first time it's taking place in 4 years, and it's significant, especially in seeing the Under-20s actually take part, as they are an important step in terms of how the players are built up for future block representation.
Yeah, I was firstly say Bafana is working really closely with us. I know Jacques has went and helped a few times there, Dion and some of our other coaches. We get the weekly schedule on what Bafana is planning and how he's planning with his assistant coaches and with the boys being in the academy. It's with COVID, there was a year or two where our EPD pathway was a bit stuttered in terms of actually getting access to the players because they weren't Craven weeks. We struggled to have under 17 camps and stuff like that. And to have, I think it's 2 years in a row that we're going to have the Junior World Cup here in South Africa. So, the first game, I don't think there was that convincing, but it's always tough when you play your first team, and Georgia is always a scrappy, grinding out game. But we know those players actually really well, and they've been on our radar since under 15, under 16. And even when we do pony players, we get the input of Bafana, of Rikun, of Herman Masimla. So we follow it closely, and I think it is Italy next. We're certainly watching all those games and seeing who's future Springboks who can slot in. If you look at a guy like Kane, some of those boys are not far away from playing. I saw a picture of Salman Murad doing the jersey presentation. The 2 guys next to him was actually bigger than him. So those boys quickly grow up and become Springboks.
Bongi, just again on the sort of 4 years later, how are you guys dealing with the weight of sort of expectation now from the South African public? As compared to 4 years ago when people weren't quite as sure, and now you're going to World Cup or into Rugby Championship and the World Cup as obviously world champions, having won the Rugby Championship and the World Cup in the same year. How are you guys as players dealing with that?
Yeah, I think especially with South African fans, it's not just they just don't put expectations on you in the World Cup year. It's every single game you play, you do feel expectations. But I mean, as Coach Rassi used to say always, we don't see us playing for the Springboks as pressure. We see it as an honour and a privilege I think the pressure is just being a normal South African citizen from day to day. That is pressure. So when we got there, we do feel nervous, but excited also, and yeah, we see it as a massive honor and privilege. Yeah, but we know the expectations that the fans put on top of us, especially you guys in this room. But but we do love it. We do love it. We do enjoy it, and yeah, we really. I mean, honestly, I'd say I'd rather have expectations put on me and not have any expectations, which will make life very boring. But yeah, we do enjoy it, and we're looking forward to what they have in store for us.
Again, to the coaches, briefly discussed now the Australian squad that's coming to South Africa. So my question relates to, you played against Eddie Jones's England. Now you're going to play again against Eddie Jones's Australia. Is there a difference in how he approaches his tactics and his game plan? Are you expecting something different from when, as previously when you played against England?
Would you mind if I answer that?
Yeah, go, fine.
So because in 2007 Eddie was part of the Springboks, and I was part of the first 3-4 weeks in 2007 before I took up the Stormers job, and then Eddie took over from me with the Springboks before they flew. So the thing about Eddie is he knows South Africans well. He took the England job. I think he's consulted the rugby league teams at some stage. I know he's definitely a guy that always broadens his coaching vision. But I think the big trick is he's Australian. I know he's coached in Japan, he's been a consultant there and in the USA and everywhere. But I always feel as a South African working with South Africans will get the best out of South Africans. And I always feel Australian working with Australians will get the best out of Australians, because you just know how that nation works. I had a stint at Munster, myself and Jock, and it took us a few months before we actually fully understood how do they think, how do they operate, or what is important, what is not important for them. I think the big thing with Eddie with Australia is he knows the setup, he's been there, he's been close with them, and he wouldn't struggle to slot in. I think the interesting thing would be, what I was trying to work out is all the assistant coaches, where all of them has coached the last couple of years, because surely those coaches will bring in, I see there's a maul expert, I see there's a scrum coach, there's a line-out coach, there's a learning coach, there's a backline coach, those kind of things. So I think where those guys come from, and how they bring their flavour to the party, because I know Eddie works hard. Eddie drives standards, and I think those coaches will be interesting how they get to make that Australian team play. So we're not really sure.
Okay.
Bongi, talking about Eddie Jones and his notorious mind games. Now, I know if I ask Rusty or Shark, they'll say, no, we're not going to react to them at all. We don't want to think about them. You know, it's not something we talk about. But for you as players, especially in a World Cup year, those mind games are only going to get more and more the closer we get to the tournament. How do you guys handle those mind games?
Personally, I tend not to try and entertain it, but I know it's going to be everywhere in the media. Even if you try to avoid it, you are going to hear about it somewhere. But yeah, I think personally, or even players that I know very well, we hardly entertain it. We're more focused on making sure that we make every day count at training, make sure that we know all our roles and know the plan. And yeah, once you got there, it's just up to each and every player executing his job on the day. But yeah, the mind games, I think in every sport, I'm a big fan of NFL, and you obviously what goes on there, they actually take it to another level, but I try not to entertain it that much.
Can I say on that mind games thing, I hope it did not come out the wrong way when I said it previously. I actually admire it in a bit in the way that I think actually always has a plan, and I think he's openly said it, that it's got actually somebody. I don't think it's just, always a matter of Eddie trying to disrupt the opposition. I think sometimes he tries to get to his own team and to get them to understand how people see his team. I think he said it openly. I listened to a talk of him once. So I'm not saying the mind games in a negative way at all. I'm saying I think he's really good at doing it for his own team and maybe the opposition a little bit. So yeah, I don't think it's a bad thing. I think it's actually entertaining for sport.
Bongi, ka Sesotho.
Yes.
Wena jwalo ka sebapadi o le one, o mo kae in terms of go itukisetsa for Rugby Championship, and also le expectile eng from Australia and the rest of the teams ka Rugby Championship?
ek dis pa bali kili wan ke sorry msebenzi ungato uyentseng because before camp the past 3 weeks ngisebenza kathatha ka the lineman camp sikunam zona ku Durban lokho Cape Town ngisebenza kathatha before squad sebaskana mara hona jela squad se felletse dipapadi go fela teng le di coach go fela felletse so gona sebenza kathatha gona ba focus to ba Australia because ke yona game ya pele for a Rugby Championship. So no refocus fela o game ya pele re sebenza kathatha re tsebo re motho mo mong o tswa mosebetsi o hae and then test week I fitla if we create two if I say 2 week it's more team yona e re dotla.
Last English question, then we'll move on to answer to please.
Jacques, how much have you guys taken out of the last year's Rugby Championship games against Australia? Obviously, both were played down under. First one was a bit of a disaster. Second one was much better. You got a good win there for the first time in a long time. So how much are you taking out of that?
No, we'll definitely take, it's the majority, or I think the big majority will be the same players. So obviously, individually we can take a lot out of it in terms of the players that will participate or play against us. From a tactical and technical point of view, like Rassi mentioned and like we've mentioned in the past, we're not sure. But the nice thing for us in terms of that is that we just have to focus on ourselves because we're not sure what's coming from a technical and tactical point of view from them. But then we will have to find solutions on the field. So obviously we will have a look at what they did against us, compare that with what they did when they played in the 2022 incoming tours over July, and then also compared what they did at the end of year tour. In saying all of that, you can have a look at it and see, listen, where were they trying to go to, or where did they try and move to in terms of how they play and what they're trying to do. But again, the big block there is how much will Eddie adopt from that, or how much will he buy into that, or will he just start fresh? But we will be loaded if they do continue with the same path. But if they change, we will have to find solutions in the game.
Russ, just in Afrikaans, just the injury update.
Die beserings is, ek dink die nie slegte nuus wat nie korttermyn opgelos gaan word is aan Pollard. Ons dink nie hy gaan in die Rugby Kampioenskap kan speel en ek praat van die eerste 3 games, die Rugby Kampioenskap games. So kyk meer na die Argentinië, Wales, Nieu-Seeland games om hom terug te kry, baie so Sia. En dan al die ander ouens, Jaden lyk goed, of hy kan in die mix wees ergens in die Rugby Championship. Damien is gekleer, Damien Willemse en bly die een vergeet. Eben sal definitief ook. Ek dink by die Nieu-Seeland game behoort Eben ook in die mix gewees.
Dankie Rassie. Vir hierdie vraag van Afrikaans. 2019 wêreldkampioen, dis die eerste wêreld rugby beker wat julle verdedig, maar ook is die druk daar vir die Rugby Kampioenskap. Ouens word ouer, ouens is ouer as 2019. Hoe bestuur julle dit? Hoe bestuur julle daai hele pakket? Die verwagting.
Ja, kyk sonder twyfel is ons span wat verwagting voel. Maar Bonkie het dit so raak opgesom toe en net geantwoord en gesê het, ek dink die oomblik wat jy dit draai in 'n voorreg, dan waardeer hy amper die verwagting en ek dink baie mense dink soos verlede jaar toe ons in Nieu-Seeland die eerste game waar gewen het en toe die tweede game op Ellis Park verloor het. Baie mense dink dit is 'n verwagting ding geweest, maar dit is ons het baie van daai goeders gedoen om voor te berei vir hierdie wêreldbeker, vir die tipe druk wat ons gaan kry en hoe ons dit geoefen het om te probeer hanteer en ons het baie geleer uit daai tweede game in Nieu-Seeland op Ellis Park. So dis spelers wat 4 jaar ouer is. Ek dink daar's so 5 manne wat nie in 2019 was nie en dan sal so 11, 12 nuwe manne in die mix het. So dit is soos hy het genoem, dit is eintlik 100% reg. As die mense verwagting het en die mense lewer kommentaar negatief of positief, dit maak nie saak nie, dit beteken hulle stel belang. En dis wat ons wil hê. So ja, ons verwag dit en ek dink ons sal dit op ons heel beste manier hanteer wat tevore.
Volg net vir Jacques. Jacques, as jy dalk daaroor gepraat het, verskoon die vraag, toe Elton geland het, het julle aankondiging gemaak dat jy nog nie, of waarskynlik nie, Elton sal kies in die span wat teen Australië sal speel. as ek jou reg quoteer daar. Elton het in die D2 vlak in die tweede liga in Frankryk gespeel. Is dit waarom jy bietjie onseker is oor sy spel op hierdie stadium? Wil jy hom eers 'n geleentheid gee? Berei asseblief 'n bietjie uit daaroor.
Nee, ek dink met Elton, ek dink as jy dit nou, ek kan nie onthou dat ons gesê het ons sal hom nie kies nie. Ons is nie 100% seker nie, maar ons is nie seker van ons beserings nie. So as daar nie nog 'n 10 beskikbaar was nie, dan sal ons definitief vir Elton kies. Maar ons het gesê wel Elton in die kan ek maar sê die roadmaps wat ons gedoen het, is hy ons vierde keuse nommer 10 gewees. Of as ons hom in 'n pecking order moet insit. Maar nee, wat dit maklik maak vir ons met 'n ou soos Elton, wat al speel hy in Pro D2, omdat 'n ou hom so baie gecoach het, ken 'n ou jy ken vir Elton, jy weet wat hy kan doen, jy het lank met hom gewerk. Dieselfde met 'n ou soos Franco Moster. Jy weet Franco Moster speel ook in die tweede divisie gespeel van Japan en hy het hulle nou actually gehelp om hulle nou gekwalifiseer vir die top league van Japan. So maar omdat jy die ou ken, is dit maklik want jy weet wat hy kan doen. Jy kan sy spel oordeel al speel hy in 'n swakker liga.
Ja, en kan ek net daarby aanheg, soos dis baie maklik om 'n ou soos flyers toe te skuif. Maar dis in 'n noodsituasie. Ek dink dit sal nie goed wees as hulle in 'n Springbokspan gaan en jy sê luister hierso, maar ons nommer 9 is ons backup nommer 10 en 'n Springbokspan wat 'n wêreldbeker wil wen. En deur elke idee soos ons genoem het is Andrei kan daai kyk rustig reg kry. Damien is nou oor sy besering en daarom dit was maar altyd is Damien reg vir die eerste game of nie. Soos jy kan aflei gaan Damien betrokke wees in die eerste game en Mani is 100% reg nou en Andrei kan stadig en seker maak hy kyk van hom kom reg en ons hoef nie nou nommer 9 is op tot 10 te oefen in daai klas van my.
Last question, guys in Afrikaans.
Bongie, hoe wil die spelers different en verwagting van de fans?
You asking me in Afrikaans?
Bethlehem, kom ons.
Ek guess wat Bethlehem maar hoe laat is dit nou? Yes, ek dink my Afrikaans bandas is bietjie op, so ek sal nie reg antwoord in Afrikaans nie.
Okay, Coach, what your expectations from Australia, obviously?
In Afrikaans?
Ja, in Afrikaans.
Ja, kyk, Eddie is 'n uitgeslaapte afrigter en ek verwag 'n goed voorbereide span van Eddie af. En ja, nie 100% seker wat se tipe styl Australië gaan bring nie. Ou weet nie of hulle gaan hoeveel hulle gaan voortgaan met dit wat hulle gebou het deur 2022 onder Dave Rennie nie en hoeveel hy heeltemal gaan verander vanaf hy oorgeneem het nie. So ek dink vir ons die voordeel daarvan vir 'n wêreldbeker is so half om ons sal moet oplossings vind in die wedstryd. So ons sal voorberei, 100% voorberei op dit wat ons seker was of seker van is wat hulle gedoen het in die verlede, maar ook weet dat luister dit kan drasties verander en ons sal dan maar net met oplossings kry gedurende die wedstryd.
Yeah, so I think the big thing there is that we must realize that this Wallabies side is not the same side that was coached under Dave Rennie and the likes of Eddie Jones coming in as a game changer here for the Wallabies. I personally feel that with Eddie Jones now at the helm of the Wallabies, they're definitely going to be more competitive in the Rugby World Cup as well as the Rugby Championship, because being an Australian and knowing how important the Bledisloe Cup has been to them, knowing how important the history of the Rugby Championship really is for this Wallaby side. They haven't won the Bledisloe Cup in ages. They've been the battering ram of the All Blacks and the Springboks as of late. I know that they have been the one side that has given us a little bit of an uphill battle, that side of the field in Australia. But realistically here in South Africa, it's going to be really hard for the Wallabies to even get close to beating us. But if there's one guy that can instigate that, it's going to be Eddie Jones. And one thing that I know, he's a clever coach. He's been previously with Jake White with the winning World Cup side of the Springboks. He fell short, just short in a World Cup, being the coach for the Wallabies. He knows the culture, and we could see in Super Rugby that these guys are really trying to impress the coach. And there's been lots of backroom nonsense, backroom mechanics, and stuff going on in Australian rugby. But when they're going to run onto the field later today, they're definitely going to come out with experienced guys all around the field, and it's going to be really difficult for the Springboks to just run over these guys. I mean, if you look at the forwards already, Rob Valentini, Michael Hooper, and Tom Hooper. Yes, there's a debutant there, but I mean, we had Evan Roos debut last season, and he's a monster of a player. So the same can apply to Tom Hooper. I mean, Michael Hooper has been there. He's one of the best in his positions. Rob Valentini, definitely not going to back down physically against Dwayne Vermeulen. Will Skelton is a big guy, same size as the likes of Eben Etzebeth and Marcus Neyman. He's bulky, he's strong, might not be as agile as those guys, but they all bring quality and experience to the side. Valentini, Hooper, Skelton, Alan Olatoa has been around for ages now for this Wallabies, and a guy like James Slipper, you'll see there's two C's there. So Michael Hooper and James Slipper co-captaining the side. I mean, under the guidance of Eddie Jones, it's going to be really difficult to just write these guys off. And then they've got the likes of Vunivalu, Reese Hodge, an interesting selection at 12 for the Wallabies today, and one that I didn't expect. But then you've got guys like Marika Korabeti and Quade Cooper and Nick White, all experienced guys that is going to come onto that field and they're really wanting to win in Pretoria, because they haven't won in ages in South Africa, let's be honest. So, or especially at Loftus. It's Fort Loftus. It's one of the Springboks' happy hunting grounds against the Wallabies. And even when we were really bad, we used to beat them. But we can go back into history as much as we want. But at the end of the day, it's going to come down to the single match. And if you look at guys in the Springbok lineup that I'm a little bit worried about, well, you need to be worried at all times. But whether Cannon Moody will have the same type of debut that he had against the Wallabies last time round, we'll have to wait and see. Let's hope there's not a little bit of ignorance there from the player, expecting too much from him on the day. A guy like Andre Esterhuizen, who's not gelled into the Springbok setup just quite yet. And then obviously you've got a guy like Manny Libbok coming at 10. I mean, Andre Pollard for so long has been our best fly-off, our most consistent fly-off, and definitely somebody that we're going to miss. But Manny Libbok is the new guy in. He's a very attacker type of fly-off, but he does tend to crack under pressure. We saw in that final in the URC against Munster, when the Stormers played Munster, where he just completely blew away when the forwards started to dominate. Munster forwards dominated, and the Stormers were going backwards just a little bit. So it's going to be interesting to see if Libbok can come up to the occasion. He's done well last year. He's been a really good player for the Stormers. He's going to be vital for the Springboks if Andre Pollard do get injured. And it's one of those situations where we need to get this mix and matches right. And Dwayne Vermeulen obviously captaining the side. Guy like Marco van Staden will come out here and hoping to have a monster of a game, as well as Jean Klein. I mean, the fact that he's been selected doesn't mean that he's just going to walk into the Springbok side now. He's still going to have to work really hard to book his place in the World Cup side, because there are other guys that is really knocking that door down. And there's only 33 spots, not 40. So it's going to be really tough to see whether these guys are going to impress them enough to really get into that World Cup side. But the Rugby Championship is so important. I think the last thing that we need to think about now is the World Cup preparation. We first need to get past this Rugby Championship, because the last thing that we want is to go and lose 3 games in the Rugby Championship and then lose that valuable momentum going into the World Cup. But enough blabbling for now. I'm going to put up the second press conference of the Springbok side. We'll go and have a look at the Wallaby press conference just a little bit later as well, and then leading up to the game starting at 5 o'clock.
The way you guys do the process in splitting the squad, and why certain guys are here and why certain guys are not missing.
We decided to split the squad because we just out of experience know that it's probably impossible. Not impossible, but very difficult if you go and play a test match in New Zealand and you play a test match in South Africa on the Saturday. You have to fly out on the Sunday evening, and you only get there on. If my memory serves me correct, we haven't been there since 2019, but you'll only get there like 12 o'clock on Tuesday, late Tuesday. So you only have one training session, you know. So we decided to do that just to give us the best opportunity to do well in both test matches. Obviously, the team that we selected for this one, we believe is good enough to compete with Australia, and then have a couple of guys there that probably will physically get over the jet lag once we get there on a Monday, and so they're ready to go from Monday for the test match against New Zealand. We actually probably feel that's showing respect both sides, you know. That's why we kept them as late as possible, so we can give the team that's going to play against Australia the best opposition and preparation time available, and then the other guys are fresh when they get there.
And just a word about Jean-Claude, make his debut.
Happy for him, obviously for him and his family. Myself and Rassie came a long way with John from Stormers days, you know, and then at Munster. So happy for him and wishing him all the best.
Maybe just say with the two squads split, like you got the team announcement there, just Ox picked up injury on his pec in the training session, so there's a bit of that around him, which we'll find out later this afternoon. So as we said last week, we were keeping some flights on Tuesday night and Wednesday night, depending on how ready our team is prepared for Australia. And obviously with him being in that, Kitsi will stay behind until we got 100% clearance. And if Ox is out with that back muscle, then Kitsi will move into the team.
Just on that, is it a bump, or do you suspect something more serious?
I'm a bit worried about it, to be honest with you, but I mean, you know, Ox is not a guy who stops training. He's a guy who normally bite the bullet and go through training. So I'm a bit worried about it, but let the medical team tell us tonight how serious it is.
All of them are attacked. So you must check up the order.
Jock, with the 6-2 split, is that an indication of maybe the onslaught that you're expecting from Australia physically?
Yes, listen, I can't give a comment on Australia. I'm not sure what their team is even going to look like. So it's just what we feel, the guys that we keep here, especially if you think with the versatility we have in Damian Willemse and with Grant Williams that can cover us on wing and 9, I think it gives us the best opportunity to go with a 6-2 split, and it's something that we've used in the past with success. Obviously, there is no perfect scenario, 5-3, 6-2. There's always a little bit of risk in both. But for us, we feel with the cover that we have on the bench in those two players gives us the luxury of going for the 6-2 split.
I know you can add to that, sorry man. Just the other thing that may be interesting for you guys and ladies is that when we play World Cup, there's some 5-day turnarounds, there's longer turnarounds when we get to quarterfinals, if we get to quarterfinals. And the way we've structured these 2 weeks is obviously with we're training yesterday and today and not this afternoon and tomorrow. It's obviously a bit different than where we normally train Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday morning, and then Wednesday afternoon and Thursday off, and then Friday's a captain's practice. We also rejig that a little bit just to see how it works when we get to those things in the World Cup pools, and also then it gave us the opportunity to get the New Zealand boys when they're there. Well, the bulk of them, as you would count, there wouldn't be a full squad on that side, so it's more them being fresh. Who can focus on New Zealand from now on, because they've only focused on Australia, and I think sometimes that's going to happen as World Cup as well. So definitely eye on the Rugby Championships, but the 1 foot almost trying a few things with this specific squad.
Jacques, if I can ask you, if you look back at last year's test against the Wallabies, those 2 tests, which one did you learn more from?
Probably both. But the loss probably embeds in your brain the longest. And yeah, probably I would say the loss, because we had to find some solutions into going into the second test. Yeah, so the loss.
Jacques, just follow up probably Rassie as well on the 6-2 split. When time is right for Pollard to return, might you probably be looking at Pollard getting into the number 12 jersey on a similar type of split, depending on the different games?
Well, definitely. I think I know we've used Andre many times when he moved in a game 12, which worked really well. But it's far away from being ready now. We're talking end of rugby, definitely after Rugby Championships. But Damien Willems is obviously somebody that can cover that 10, 12, 15 for you have to. And I think just to maybe say, it's never a disrespect or a fear of the opposition as forward pack. It's sometimes just you want the best 23 players in your 23. Because if you can use all 23 of them, I think you've got a better chance. So to just always go the traditional route where you sometimes pick somebody in a certain position, but he might not be as good a rugby player as the other player. So we just try always to pick the best 23 players for that specific game with the opposition in mind. So we won't always go over 6-2 split. We might not go next week, especially after the taxi and then flying over there and the load the guy's going to take.
Rassie, Eddie Jones said that he would have loved you guys to pick your best team, which it won't be like that. Can you understand if the Australians will be disappointed or feel a bit disrespected that you haven't picked your best team this week?
Well, I can tell you we definitely don't disrespect him. That's why we're only letting the guys fly across tonight, and 1 or 2 might only fly across tomorrow because we want proper preparation. We've been preparing for 3 weeks for Australia. And I think it's more respect for the competition. It's not a lack of respect for Australia, it's respect for the competition. I mean, we would not really have a chance against New Zealand if we arrive there on Tuesday and have one training session after we play a quality side like Australia. So no, I'm pretty sure it will be a very competitive match on Saturday. I think Eddie will get that.
Australia are in the same boat. They've got to go back to Australia and play Argentina next week. Are you surprised they brought their best team over here?
I can't talk for them, but I do know they've got 2 home games in Australia where we don't. We fly to New Zealand and fly back here. They go home and stay home for 2 weeks, so it's a bit of a difference.
Jacques, second start in a row for Marnie. You guys looking forward to seeing how he does again, and just a word on pairing him up with Clovis there as the halfback pair.
Looking forward to give Marnie a little bit of a go and start him again. Obviously, he was good last time out, and it will be interesting. I think that combination will be quite exciting between Marnie and Clovis. Yeah.
And sorry, just one more on. You've got Dwayne and Lukhanyo both starting. Must have been tough to pick between them. Who's going to be captain? What sort of made you switch towards Dwayne rather than Lukhanyo?
I think in terms of captaincy, it's actually, I wouldn't say it's a tough decision. We know Sia's our captain, and we will have some interim captains leading up to the World Cup. And we are fortunate that we have a lot of good captains within the side. Dwayne is one who's captained the South Africa before. There's multiple. I mean, look at these franchise level. There's multiple good leaders. Yeah. So I won't say it's a tough decision. We're happy with Dwayne and the leadership that he gives, and we know him, and he's a cool, calm head, lots of experience. So yeah, no, it's not a difficult decision for us captaincy.
I was just going to say what team you think Australia will pick and what you see as their big threats. I know they won't name their team till Thursday, but what have you identified there?
Yeah, listen, I think if we go into who we think we will be, I'll only speculate. But obviously they've got a quality squad here, and we expect a very good team, whoever they select. But we will just purely speculate in terms of who they will select. I don't know.
I think that's just to answer your previous question. That's why it's so difficult to prepare for Australia. It's Eddie with all the new coaching staff that he brought in. It's players that he hasn't worked with for a while. You know, we don't even know how long they've been in camp. You can't analyse their previous games that they played for Australia, and you can't go and look at how Eddie coached it because they've got different players. So we're actually respecting him. I mean, a guy like, I think it's his 11th game, but his first start. I think it's Mani's first official start. So and I think that's what we want to learn. And again, to get back to the respect side of things, if we see the players who are starting in this game making it against Australia, it gives us good answers what we can do in a World Cup against big teams.
Jacques, I know that it's out of your control because of COVID and a lot of things, but how weird is it that the Boks are only playing Australia at home for the first time since 2019?
Yeah, no, it is quite weird. I mean, we've been there for 2021 and 2022, so it's nice to have them here with us again, and likely going to New Zealand. You know, it's the first time that we will play in New Zealand since 2019. So it's weird that you have a whole stint as a head coach, and you're only going to play one test match in New Zealand. It doesn't normally happen like that. But yeah, like you rightly say, it's COVID, and just happy it's back to normal. It's nice to have Australia here. It's nice to play them here, and it's going to be awesome for us to play New Zealand again. There's always a lack of vibe.
And has the absence of Super Rugby, for again reasons that are beyond your guys' control, made preparing for these games slightly more different and difficult? Because watching guys playing it, watching guys in terms of analysing them, and actually playing against them week in, week out are two totally different things.
Yeah, I think obviously we keep a quite close eye on the Super Rugby, but I would say the difference is probably just the fact that in the URC sometimes the weather conditions is a little bit different. Especially if you go and play on a windy, wet day in Connacht. I mean, you can't play the same type of style that they play in Super Rugby. So I would probably say it's fair to say that Super Rugby is probably a little bit quicker sometimes or more regularly. But on the back end of that, you might have a nice dry day on a 4G pitch in the URC where the game is just as quick. So I think that's probably the difference, I would say, between the two competitions. But we're fortunate that we can play in the URC competition and also then compete internationally with the Southern Hemisphere. So you get a little bit of both.
John, what's the plan with Eben? Is he ready to play in New Zealand? Or how far is he with his recovery?
Yeah, Eben and Sia, sorry, again, I spoke to the doctor this morning. Eben and Sia is also going with on that side. Sia obviously not playing, but with the three management members going across as a conditioning coach, physio, and a manager, we can give good treatment, one-on-one treatment with Sia, knowing when his target is, and obviously his captaincy whilst working with the guys on that side is hell of important. And Eben will definitely be in the mix for that game. He will be ready to play there.
Jacques, coming back to Dwayne, there's been quite a lot of speculation that in terms of the World Cup, he might be the sort of guy that you look on to come on in the final quarter and just bring a really sort of cool head. You mentioned his experience and all of that. Obviously, starting this weekend though, how much of that was because of your hand being forced a bit with the captaincy, or do you still see Dwayne as being, you know, he can fulfill other roles? He can start for you and play for an hour, or come on at the back end of the game?
No, definitely. I think definitely both roles, and we will never. Like I mentioned, the captaincy is not a difficult thing for us. It's not a difficult decision. There's a lot of good leaders and a lot of guys that will will do their country proud as a captain. So Dwayne definitely see him as fulfilling both, but there is a Jasper who's playing well, so obviously it's probably going to go on performance in terms of who will probably start or not.
Maybe just in the captain's story, I'm chipping in all the time, but people might not agree with that, but we tend to feel somebody that's close to the referee. Sometimes better suited to be a captain because the referee is never standing in the back line when there's a scrum being formed or a line out being formed, and communication, which is one thing, and the respect we want to show the referees in this year is something, as you all know, we're trying to rectify and get right. And the closer the captain is to the referee would obviously be beneficial, not just to communicate, but also understand and listen and hear what he says, and the other way around. So loose forward and 9 is always a nice position to be a captain.
Rusty, you've got a lot of history with Eddie going back to the World Cup final and prior to that. What was your reaction to his appointment? Are you surprised that he's come in at such short notice with Australia, and he's done it with England, turned things around quickly, and you've had experience with that too. Do you think it's possible so close to a World Cup to make big changes?
Yeah, definitely. Yes, I can tell you he can definitely do it. And I said it last week because I think he works with Australians, and he doesn't have to get used to the way they think, the way they operate, what makes them tick, what gets them up, what makes them last longer in the game and be more physical, whatever the case may be, or more tactical and technical. And I think Eddie might have, in my opinion, missed that a little bit when he moved around between countries. He was with us in 2007, and just before we went to the World Cup, me and him swapped, and he went over with the team. I was about 2 or 3 days working with him, and then we've coached against him many a times. I think Eddie has come from losing with a Queensland team, I think 100 something against the Bulls, but turned things around and won big titles and beat with Japan, the Springboks. So he can turn things around, and especially with a country which is his country. So I think he can definitely do it.
Marco, you're back in the Springbok mix after being out for a bit. You're happy to be back, looking forward to it. And how tough is it to sort of come in a World Cup year, and now you've sort of got to fight with some very established guys for a spot on that flight to France?
Yeah, no, it was a bit time out, but yeah, I'm grateful for the opportunity and to get a chance to play again. Yeah, I think it's a healthy competition. I think everyone is pushing each other, and we have all good relationships, and I think it's to bring the best out of each of us. And I think that there's a bigger picture rather than individuals. So we're representing a country, and if we can bring the best out of each other to get the best guy on the field, I think that will be the goal.
It's nice being alongside Dwayne and Peter again. You played with him before, and nice back three there to go into the last match.
Yeah, no, it gives you confidence playing with Peter, Steph and Dwayne. That has obviously a lot of experience, and me playing with Dwayne when he was at the Bulls, so yeah, that definitely helps. Yeah.
Marco, as an open side flanker, are Australia the toughest guys for you to play against? They always seem to put a lot of emphasis on a lot of effort. They go hard at the breakdown, and they've got some really good practitioners there.
Yeah, so they are obviously good poachers, and it's a focus point of them to put our breakdowns under pressure. So yeah, it is obviously a threat, but yeah, I think each team these days have good players that can poach on the ground. So I don't think you focus on it one game and don't focus on the next. I think every team wants to slow that part down, because you have over 100 breakdowns a game, and where you only have maybe 8 scrums and a few lineouts. So I think it's a big part of the game, and I think it became a big focus for all teams.
Marco, Loftus will be back on Saturday. A nice home game for you.
Yeah, it's definitely home, and yeah, some of us haven't seen Loftus packed or played in front of a packed Loftus for a long time. Especially franchise level, it doesn't get as full as it can be. So no, I think all of us, and me, Kurtley and Woody, being at home, it means a lot, and it's going to be very special.
Curtly, you've got quite a record in your I think it's 7 tries and 6 tests. Looking to actually add one there at Loftus?
Yeah, I must say grateful for another opportunity. Forward to the game and contribute to the team, and yeah, looking forward to it.
And playing at Loftus, starting a test there, what does that mean to you?
Yeah, like Marcus said, it's going to be special. Playing in front of, and representing the country, it's going to be special.
Any further English questions? Then we can switch off your card. Okay.
Quickly, this will be you're going into your second year of international rugby. Just tell us, what were the main things you learned from your first year at international level? It was obviously hugely successful for you.
I must say the first thing I've learned was the coach said if you make a mistake, forget about it and just focus on the next job. And that was one of the big things I've learned, being in the system.
Rassie, kan jy dalk die vraag herhaal in span het julle gekies het nie teken is dat julle gebrek aan respek vir die Wallabies nie?
Ja, ons seker die gesprek of 'n tekort aan respek vir Australië nie. Ek dink ons het groot respek vir die kompetisie en ons wil bitter graag die kompetisie wen. En ons weet Australië het 2 wedstryde by die huis. As hulle league klaar gespeel het, gaan hulle terug en dan speel hulle, ek dink Argentinië en dan hulle week af en dan speel hulle Nieu-Seeland. Jy weet so ek dink hulle draw is 'n bietjie makliker as ons in. Ons moet hierdie eerste 2 weke moet ons deur 'n klomp tydzones vlieg en ek dink uit respek vir die kompetisie wat ons graag wil wen. Het ons genoeg respek vir Australië gewys en ek dink die span wat gekies het, as jy kyk na Frans Malher, Bongi, ek dink as jy Pieter Steefs de Tooy, as jy net kyk na daai hele pak, Marco wat al baie games gespeel het, Dwayne, Kobus Reinach, ek dink hier Lucanio Am, Kirkley, Kainen, ek kan onthou die hele span en ek dink dit is 'n span wat enigstens afsteek teen die ander ouens wat aan daai kant is. Ons het regtig 2 spanne wat 'n bietjie ekbalanseer en baie van die ouens wat hier speel sal involved wees aan die ander kant ook. So nee, dis uit en uit net om ons die beste kans te gee om in albei wedstryde en weer eens om ouens te toets teen spanne soos Australië wat ons gaan nodig hê om te weet in die World Cup, jy weet, en ouetjies gaan 'n kans hê, of ouens gaan 'n kans kry Saterdag om dit te doen en vir ons te sê, okay, ek kan dit doen.
Ja, net in terme van die oop kante. Ek meen almal weet hoe belangrik is CA, jy weet, en as hy beskikbaar is, jy weet, dan sal hy in gewone jaar, jy weet, gewoonlik meeste van die wedstryde speel en dinge, maar vind jy dit 'n bietjie lekker om vir die volgende paar weke amper soort van 'n skoon bladsy te hê dat jy die ander ouens wat jy geïdentifiseer het soos Marco, jy weet, 'n bietjie kan nie net, jy weet, speelgeleentheid gee, maar nog meer goed van hulle leer omdat hulle 'n bietjie meer, jy weet, geleenthede gekry het, jy weet, en net verder diepte bou vir die wêreldbeker dalk wat kom?
Ja, ek dink dis altyd sleg om 'n ou soos Sia te verloor of om een van jou groot spelers te verloor wat jy al 'n lang pad mee stap. Maar dis die negatief daarvan, maar die positief daarvan is soos wat jy sê, partykeer kry ander spelers geleenthede. Jy weet 'n ou soos Sia sou nooit daar gewees het as daar nie iemand seer gekry het voor hom of daar nie 'n geleentheid vir hom geskep is nie. So ek dink ek probeer altyd daarna kyk na die glas is half vol, is half leeg en soos jy reg sê, dit gaan 'n paar spelers die geleenthede gee om te begin en te kan wys en daai experience te kan optel. Soos Marco nou, jy weet, soos Rassie gesê het, ek dink dis jou 11de toets nou, Marco. 11de. So hy het al 10 gespeel en almal van die bank af en dis sy eerste begin. En volgende naweek weer gaan iemand anders die geleentheid kry. So of dalk Marco weer, soos Rassie gesê het, is nie noodwendig te sê dat die ouens wat nou gegaan het gaan begin nie. Van daai ouens wat nou Nieu-Seeland toe gaan is net daar, van hulle is net daar om die oefeninge te maak werk, jy weet, en dit gaan alles afhang van beserings, gaan afhang hoe ons doen aan die kant. Maar dit is sleg om iemand te verloor so Sia. Maar as jy kyk na die glas half vol, dan is dit lekker om ouens soos Marco die geleentheid te gee en ek dink dit is ook lekker vir hulle om geleentheid te kry.
Ek wou net gevra het, ja, help dit ook eintlik, wil ek amper sê dat jy in so 'n belangrike posisie veral teen die Aussies, jy weet, 'n ou eintlik het wat 'n homegrown specialist, wil ek amper sê, jy weet, hy ken loftes, hy ken sy veld, jy weet, dit help ook seker maar partykeer 'n bietjie met die intangibles en daai tipe ding.
Ja, ek dink jy's 100% reg en ek dink soos Marco nou gesê het, ek dink elke toets vir enige speler is spesiaal, of dit nou in Pretoria is of in Bloemfontein of in die Kaap. Jy verteenwoordig jou land, ek dink Kurt het dit genoem en dit is die spesiale ding daarvan, maar jou familie is hier en al die mense wat jy ken is hier, gaan sal 10-1 by die toets wees. So ek dink ja, dit sal spesiaal wees om voor hulle te speel.
Jacques, hoe moeilijk om was dit om Duin te kiezen als kapitein en wat verwacht je aan ons als speler?
Ja, in terme van die kapteinskap, baie keer is die vraag, is dit moeilik vir ons om 'n keuse te maak soos tussen Dwayne of daar is Lucanio wat al ek dink in die SA span was hy kaptein geweest in die Brits en Ierse. So daar's 'n klomp sterk leiers in die span, maar dis nie 'n moeilike besluit vir ons eintlik nie, omdat daar soveel leiers is. Ons weet dat Sia is ons kaptein, wêreldbeker kaptein, maar en dat daar 'n interim kapteins gaan wees in die pad na die wêreldbeker toe. Maar ja, Dwayne was ons kaptein laas gewees, ek dink in 2019 ook, toe Sia ook beseer was in die laaste 2 toetse. En ja, so ons weet wat ons in hom het en hy's 'n baie ervare speler en is ook lekker om, as jy dit voorheen genoem, is lekker om 'n voorspeler te 'n 8ste man en 9, iemand wat naby aan die referee is, wat 'n ook dialoog met hom kan hê. So dit maak 'n bietjie makliker in terme van die posisie. So ja, nee, en wat verwag ons van Dwayne? Dwayne net bring wat Dwayne altyd bring, jy weet, daai harde Dwayne vermeling spel.
Rassie, hoe bekommerd is jy oor ons suksering verder as hierdie game?
Ja, ons. Ek dink ons is baie reg oor ons. Nee, ons is vir ons vital. Ons het vir ons al baie goeie goed gedoen. En ek moet sê, hy het uitstekend gelyk in die oefeninge. Ek dink hy en Kitsie het mekaar hard gedruk. Moet Trevor al wat albei kante kan speel, Thomas het albei kante kan speel, Vincent het albei kante speel. Is altyd geruststellend, maar ek hoop nie dis te ernstig nie, want dit is regtig hoe hy geoefen het en hoe hy laaste tyd deurkom en selfs ons ownership wat hy vat van sy posisie en die rol en bietjie leierskappe. Hy begin baie ander goeters wys behalwe net goed skram, ook in meetings en goeters begin hy regtig in hy begin in sy eie vel baie gemaklik raak en dinge sê en ja, ek hoop nie dis 'n ernstige besering. Ek dink dit sal 'n groot slag wees.
So can we just get the same question in English, please? Just on Ox.
On Ox. Okay. Yeah, no, if Ox is a serious one, which I personally got a gut feel it's a serious one because he's not the kind of guy that will normally not finish a training session. Yeah, if he's out, I personally think it's a big loss. Ox has really come into his own the last year, I would say, and the way he's contributing, not just on the field and in scrums, it's in sessions and taking ownership of being a Springbok and understanding what we're trying to do and finding solutions and leading in a lot of the departments for us and really pushing guys like Kitsie really hard. There's other guys who can play both sides, Trevor, Thomas, Vincent can play both sides, but I think if we lose Ox, it will, for a long time, hopefully not a World Cup round. That would be really not nice. But yeah, I hope it's not serious because I think he's a vital player for us currently.
Afrikaanse vraag so Jacques. Gelukkig is dit nie die onder 20 wêreldkampioenskap wat in die Kaap plaasvind of in Saterdag hier is. Ek praat van die weer. Wat verkies julle? 'n 5-uur wedstryd of 'n 3-uur wedstryd of maak dit nie saak?
Nee, ek dink dit maak vir ons saak nie. Ja, 5 uur of 3 uur, nee, glad nie. Geensins. Maar dieselfde. Ek dink ons verkies maar dit gaan in die wêreldbeker wees. Dit is altyd moeilik of is vir ons snaaks om 'n 9 uur wedstryd te speel. Wat weer baie gemaklik is vir Frankryk. Ek dink die meeste van top 14 wedstryde in Frankryk gebeur baie later in die aande. So dit is ietsie om aan te pas, maar ons sal gewoon raak daaraan in terme van die opbou na die wêreldbeker toe.
Ook die Wallabies kon die Bokke nog nooit op beloftes wen nie. Is dit dalk kan dit dalk miskien 'n mate van oorgerusheid by die hele prysvang?
Nee, geensins. Ek dink nie met die kwaliteit van spelers wat Eddie hiernatoe gebring het en met Eddie self en met sy bestuurspan en nuwe afrigtingsspan sal dit enigstens lig of gerus wees nie, glad nie. Ons verwag 'n taai stryd teen Australië.
So guys, we've got one last request for one English question and we'll wrap it up.
Rassie, you spoke about it a couple of weeks ago, but Derek Hocott's now out of hospital. You know, he seems to be over the worst. Having a test match here in Pretoria now, does that add a little bit more to it, make it a little bit more special, you know, to see that he's now over the worst and hopefully on his way back to a full recovery and the Boks playing here this weekend?
Yeah, we just saw one of our friends of Munster passed away tragically, I think yesterday. When somebody is ill or somebody's lost someone, you know, it's sad. Or also want to say to on the Munster side and on the Irish side, he's actually a Scottish friend of ours that we worked with closely when we were at Munster for him and his family. I know his son is playing for Ireland in the under-20s, and then also we're very happy that a guy like Derek is getting better. As I'm saying, I'm not on top of that. We don't know all the ins and outs, but it's just great news. He's getting better, and we're playing at Loftus. I know he was the lifelong of Loftus, so hopefully we can do that for him as well.
Okay, guys, we'll wrap it up with Arthur.
Rassie, just on those under-20s, I know you touched on it last week. Has it surprised you how things have seemingly quickly changed, not only in senior rugby, but also now in junior rugby, with the Northern Hemisphere teams showing?
Yeah, I think definitely France and Ireland is doing something fantastic right in their junior rugby. Italy also, I think Italy just lost to Georgia. So, yeah, I think the junior rugby is really, it's not an excuse. Everybody had it. I think what happened with COVID is a lot of continuity, getting your hands on youngsters, getting them into academies, getting them to under 17 camps, getting them to under 18 Craven weeks. I think there was always a time where we're going to feel a little bit of a dip in that pipeline because of that vacuum that was there. But then again, the other countries, I don't know if they were, well, Italy was a country who went severely through COVID. I remember one of their players was actually an ambulance driver at one stage to help out there. So that can't be an excuse, but no, I think you're right. It's becoming so competitive and professional at all the tiers. But I think, luckily in a way for us, Georgia beat Italy, and I think we just have to beat Argentina to go through. But that will still be a really, really tough one. Yes, that's what I mean. It's definitely, yeah. I mean, Georgia is a grind, Italy is a grind. You know, the Irish drew and they beat some of the best teams. And if you just look at the amount of players in Ireland, I mean, the country's got 4 million people. There's not a lot of professional rugby players there. So they're really doing things really well. And it's really competitive. You can't say who's going to win what.
Joining the quality of your team is really good, but a lot of new combinations. Just how important is gelling as quickly as you can, and was it a case of keeping that fairly simple?
Yeah, I think obviously there's some new combinations, like you're saying, but you know, this squad came a long way. We've had 3 weeks of camp and stuff, so the guys been working together quite well, and yeah, I think the coaches would like to see, you know, the guys gelling and you know, having a top performance out on Saturday. Obviously, there's a couple of guys that's that travelled ahead. But we need to see what the guys back home can do, and what we can deliver on coming tomorrow.
Dwayne, with it being a World Cup year, is there a bit more of a fierce in the camp, for a lot of, quite a few of the guys that are, who are more, let's say, fringe oaks, who are trying to push for places on their plane to France? And is there a bit more of a mood in the camp than in normal years?
Yeah, I would think so. I think obviously the big thing is everyone's pushing for a spot. You might look at it in a different way and say there's certain guys who's nailed down their positions, but from our side as players, everyone's still pushing for a spot and pushing for a starting spot, and not just starting spot, but getting selected for the World Cup squad. So I think there's a good mix of what you mentioned, fringe players and guys who's regular starters, but everyone's pushing one another to become better players, and to play together as a whole, and the team together. So I think there's a good vibe in the squad, and everyone's enjoying it.
Dwayne, just talking about that pushing for spots and looking at next week. Obviously, part of the team has already gone to New Zealand, and actually quite a few of the guys in the team are going to be in the starting lineup for the All Blacks test.
You know the team. You know the team.
So anyway, what I'm trying to ask is, you've probably been in those teams where guys kind of almost have their own individual ambitions. How difficult does that make the job for you to try and make sure that everyone's kind of like on the same page in terms of, if we play well together, things might actually work out for everyone?
Yeah, I think our big thing is we can't look too far ahead. I think the main job is tomorrow and playing Australia. That's our focus. We can't focus on anything else that's happening in the future. We can only focus on the now, and as a team and this squad that's playing tomorrow, that's what we set out to do. So whatever happens will happen, but we've got a plan. We need to execute our plan, and if we execute our plan, we'll the players will be happy and the coaches will be happy, and that's the most important thing. And then obviously from there on, it's a knock-on effect. Go in the next game, and the coaches will make their decisions on who to pick, who starts, who's on the bench, who doesn't play. That's all up to them, but it's also up to us on our performance tomorrow.
Dwayne, early in the season, just before the test season, there were some articles talking about you as defence coach and maybe writing a obituary or two. Do you feel that you've got a bit of a point to prove tomorrow?
I kind of look 32, don't I? So I'm still keen on playing. And Brendan, my thing is I want to contribute as much as I can. If it's on the pitch, playing, if it's off the pitch, supporting the guys, if you're helping younger guys coming through, if I can, be a part of this squad, it's obviously the best feeling in the world for me. But that's my personal view. Every guy's got a different view about it. But I would love to contribute in any way I can, and wherever they put me, and and also as long as I can. So if I'm a player, if not, that's up to the guys who make the decisions.
Sorry, Dwayne, just following on from that, just how are you feeling physically? How's your conditioning? Where do you feel you're at?
Actually, really good. I had a good 2 years at Ulster. I think, obviously, last year, end of year tour, I didn't go on the tour with the Springboks, but they wanted to give younger players like Ivan and those guys also opportunity to see if they can play. But also, I had a good chat with Jock, and they said they were Ulster is really managing me well, and they want to keep, or they want to continue with that. And so that was out in the open, and we were very happy with that. And you know, I don't have any strapping on my body anymore. So you know, for the first time in quite a long while, I'm in a good spot and I'm feeling confident. Yeah.
Stick, I just want to find out, under 20's been in action this weekend. In the grand scheme of things, in your role, you keep an eye on the under 20's and potential players that are sort of future Springboks, and the importance of that pipeline continuing?
Yeah, see, as from my side, I'm one of the passionate coaches when it comes to the youth and the youngsters. You know. So even when they played the first game against Georgia, I was in Stellenbosch, I went to watch them. And when they also played now the last game against Argentina, we were in our team room and cheering for the boys. And like I said, I got an opportunity to be in their changing room after the first game, you know. And if you look at the manner of the results in the whole competition, you know, where teams are not at their best on a day, you know, even a team like Georgia, for example, they almost took that group, you know. And you look at what Italy has done against us, and you look on the other side also, you know, where the first game, the All Blacks, when they played against Wales, you know, could have went on any side. So from my side, I just like the manner of those boys, the way they're fighting. You know, both games they had to dig deep to win those games against Georgia and also against Argentina. So, but the one thing I must be honest about what I see, that there is great potential. I think our future is in a good space, and compliments also must go to their coaches. You know, Bafana, I know he's got a couple of seasons with that team, but I think with what they're doing, you know, and the fact that they're in the semi-final and playing against Ireland on Sunday, is something that is massive, you know, and not to. If you look at other teams like France, you know, probably one of the best teams currently in the Junior World Cup. You know, so I do follow it very well, and I must be honest and say I like what I see there.
George Stocker, just in terms of, I mean, obviously there's a lot of detail floating around between every international team, you know, about opponents, about strengths and weaknesses and stuff. But as a coach, have you found the build-up to this week actually exciting from a coaching perspective, just because for once you're playing really against a bit of an unknown quantity? You know the players perhaps in spurts, you know, from their Super Rugby and stuff, you know, but how they're going to play against Eddie, what they're going to do, you know, has that sort of like that unknown factor been exciting, you know, a bit of a variation for you guys?
I think you're spot on when it comes to excitement, you know, you most especially in the World Cup year, you know, as a coach, that's probably one of the best year you can coach, because players, trust me, you never lack energy. They're always in a good space. Even Dwayne next to me hasn't missed any training session for the year so far. So as a coach, you are in a good space, you know, because of, like I said, everyone, like Dwayne said, every player, you know, they're trying to contribute in whatever way they can do, you know, and for us as coaches, you know, I've seen what the likes of Kettler and Moody have done last year, you know, and one thing that I like about the squad that we have selected is the balance of experience with the youth, you know, so I think that's something that we're going to need going forward, you know. And like we always said to people, we're honest about it, that what we've done in 2019 to win the World Cup, we mustn't think that it's the same thing. We need the same thing to win this year, you know. We're going to need to come up with new surprises, you know. And I must be honest and say, even with the youngsters that are in our team, you know, I like what I see. And like Dwayne has said now, you know, some guys, they're getting opportunity. And some guys, it's a matter of some of them are coming back from the injuries, you know. And from my side, I just like the balance in our team. You know, we've got experience. For example, even if you look at 9 and 10, everyone is talking about Mani Lepo, but they don't realize that it's got Kovas, who's been around next to him, who's been around in our system, and they've got Andre also, who's next to Lukanya, you know, who's probably one of the best, you know, in the world. And you look at the back three, you've got Billy Leroux, who's also working with the youngsters. So we had a deep thought before we selected that team. And once again, if you look on the other side of the changing room, they've got 4 new caps. Players that are playing their debuts this week, and they've got Vunivalu at wing, who's only got 1 test cap. They've got a couple of players that are still under 10 test matches, you know, and they've also got their own mission. And we don't have control of how they do things on the other side. But once again, a game between the Springboks and Australia, you know, it's always going to be a test match and a proper one, you know, most especially when you play at Loftus. I think that is the area where, as South Africans, we know we take pride of it, and the fact that it's sold out probably a long time ago. I think the boys are excited. You know, it's a great opportunity for them. Once again, like Dwayne said, some of the guys they've been played in a while. You know, so it's great. We're looking forward to the challenge.
Dwayne, my question was similar to that. You know, Eddie's come in, you know him as a coach, but not necessarily how he's going to play. They've got a playmaker back in Quade Cooper, a big boot in Hodge. Do you have to be adaptable in terms of how you see the picture in front of you with Australia?
Yeah, I think that's the word. We've got to be adaptable. I think we can only prepare as much as what we know from last year, them playing in the Rugby Championship and then after in the Innovate Tour. But obviously, like you're saying, Eddie coming in, he selected a couple of new guys, or well, old heads, but guys coming in, which bring a different flavour to the game. Obviously, Quade Cooper has got a lot of skill, has got a lot of flair, and he would like to also, you know, bring his little circus trick and things that makes him a special player. So, I think for us, we've got our plan, how we want to play. Obviously, they've got their plan that how they want to play, and you know, and then you have to adapt and see what unfolds in front of you. Luckily, we've got some decision making or makers on the field that can say, listen, we've got to get together. You know, let's focus on this. Let's try something like this. Let's say defense or attack or things like that. So we've got our plans, and hopefully, you know, like I said earlier, we just need to execute it, and you know, and whatever they bring, we need to stop it.
I was going to ask Stalker something similar, just what you make of the composition of the Australian team. I mean, it's a bit of a mixed bag. Where you see the dangers?
Yeah. You know, if you look at, for example, I'm actually going to go closer to my department. If you look at their backline, you know, they've got very powerful backline up there. And with the experience of Nick White and Cooper in the 9 and 10 position. So we know they're going to be key for the game. But once again, like Dwayne said earlier on, is that they've got a plan. We've tried to analyze what in the past how Australia plays. But the thing is now, I don't think it's going to be 100% according to what we saw from the previous season, because of now you've got Eddie, and we know Eddie Jones, how is he as a coach. You know, you always go to the dark places to bring the best out of the players. You know, so we are well aware of this is not a game that's going to be like for both teams. And like I said, with the experience they've got in that team, I think if we are not at our best tomorrow, we are going to have a long day. And I also like the fact that also Eddie is giving also some other players an opportunity in that team, you know, because once again, yes, we want to win the game, we want to win the championship, but at the end of the day, it's a World Cup year also. So you don't always want to play same 23 players week in, week out. By the time you get to probably the first game in the World Cup, probably you won't even have half of your squad, you know. So the key thing is that we have to give all our players in our squad a fair opportunity also to prove themselves that they've got what it takes to go and play in the World Cup. I think that's also what I see on the other side, which is we've got massive respect of Australian side, and I have to go and say it's a very powerful side, and they've got good experienced players around.
Coach Stick, obviously you mentioned a bit earlier the combinations. Last year, you know, with the SA team, you experienced exactly how tough it is for a bunch of players to come together who don't really know each other and play together. It's a lot different now when the guys have been in camp for 4 weeks together, but there's still a few under combinations. You know, Ori and Jean Klein, Esther Hazen, Corbus and Labok. How have those guys been gelling together, and are you guys quite satisfied with the way they're playing at the moment? And do you think that they'll be it will be quite a cohesive team tomorrow? Do you think they'll hit the ground running quite nicely?
Yeah, I think we were in a fortunate position that we could work with them for about 3 weeks, where we were doing conditioning and working on their fundamentals. And to be honest, to me, besides Jean Klein, majority of those players in that team, they've been with us for the past couple of years. Some of them have been tested in and out. You know, some of them have been outside the camp and they proved themselves to come back into our camp. Like you mentioned, the guys like Marvin Ori, you know, we've got a guy like Van Staden, flank, you know, and which is I'm also very happy now he's also getting an opportunity. Once again, when it comes to the combination that I spoke about earlier on, Dwayne, Peterstead, with Sia Kolisi, they played the World Cup together, you know, and now Sia being out, and then a guy like Marco Verstappen getting a chance now to play amongst the best around him. I think it's something that we didn't take it lightly, so we had to make sure that, unfortunately, when it comes to the combination of Marvin Ore and John Clay, it's a matter of we know what they can do. So we don't have any concern about their partnership, and we know with what they've done in the past 3 weeks with our squad, you know, and they actually complement each other, you know, with the way they play the game. Marvin Ore, who's got a very smart when it comes to his lineouts, and then you've got next to him a guy who doesn't stop, he keeps on grinding on the field, who's very tough, you know, like Sean Clay. So I don't think we are very, very concerned at all when it comes to the partnership, you know, because of, like I said, if you look around, there's experience around our team.
Coach, you just lightly touched on it, but the Australians are coming to Pretoria with this kind of new slate, a lot of emotion, I think, as well, because they want to show that they, under Eddie, they're going to go start on a good trajectory. Does that emotion, does that make the Australians more unpredictable, or is it something that you guys can exploit tomorrow during the game and maybe get them rattled early on? Because they seem to be coming here with very this emotional mission to topple you guys.
I think it goes back to the point that I've mentioned earlier on about Eddie Jones. When there's Eddie Jones in the tournament, there's always going to be surprises. So we don't doubt at all they're going to be up for the game. We don't doubt at all that even the players will be motivated to prove the point and to Eddie Jones and the rest of the coaching staff. And we know he's a very smart coach, you know, and he understands the South Africans very well because of he was working with Jake White in 2007, you know. But one thing is that we as in our squad, we have moved on from 2007, you know. Try to tweak things around, you know. So, but I know one thing, that Eddie, he understands our strengths, you know, and the fact that with what he has achieved with England, you know, he's got his thing of going to places and manage to turn things around. So we understand that on that side, the players will want to play for him, and the players will be motivated. And we've had in the past couple of weeks, they've been talking about coming to Pretoria, you know, and changing the history, you know. And once again, they're going to play hard. We've also, in our team, we've also changed history, you know, where we lost in the World Cup in the first game. People were saying there's no team that has won it before, but we've managed to turn things around. So anything is possible also from their side, you know. And I think that's one thing I know Eddie will be pressing the right buttons from his players.
Because I'm just curious, why have we struggled against Australia since becoming world champs? Is it simply because we were playing them away? I know it's a different team.
I'll talk about my experience, Simine, is that since I've coached the Springboks, we have never lost to Australia at home. And when we went to play away, because of certain reasons during the COVID, where there was a season where we were playing all the games in Australia. And I know one thing for sure, when they're playing at home, you know, the tails will always go up when they play at home. But once again, last year, you know, we managed to beat them away from home. So, like I said to you, if you look at the quality in that team, if you are not at your best on the day, they've got what it takes to punish any team. We've seen even end of their tour, they've probably lost against Ireland, probably in the last 10 minutes of the game, you know. They were always up there, and with the big names they've got in that team, if you look at the guys like Nick White, you've got Rupa, who's one of the best open side flankers in the world, Corey Betty, who's very dangerous, we know how powerful he is. So the thing is, Simikwe, is that but at test match level, more especially in the top 6 teams, I would even go to say top 8. If you are not at your best on the day, you can lose to any side in the top 8. You see, so we've seen Argentina what they've done in the past. So when I look back, I don't think we played our best games when we lost against them, but I feel like one of the best games we've ever played away from home was the game we played against them. And I don't doubt at all they're also going to come with the same mentality to want to change things when they come to Loftus. So, but yeah, once again, I think the only thing we can control is control how we play also.
Any further English questions? Okay, Afrikaans en Xhosa.
Terwyl jy oor die jaar al soveel bereik, wat beteken dit in die stadium van jou loopbaan om die Springboks te volg?
Ja, as kyk, dit is lekker om hier te wees. Dit is lekker om deel van hierdie squad te wees. Ek bedoel, ek probeer om saam met die span te speel en 'n spanman te bly. So, weet jy, Sia is nog al die pad ons kaptein. Ek bedoel, ons almal hoop hy herstel vinnig sodat hy ons kan aanvoer in die wêreldbeker en ek is net hier om in te staan hierdie naweek. Volgende naweek is daar dalk 'n ander man wat vooruit hardloop, maar ek bedoel dit is ek dink in ons groep waar ons nou is daar ouens wat soveel ouens wat kapteine is en was by hulle klubs dat ons het 'n sterk groep wat leiding kan neem. Daar's klomp ouens wat hulle punte het waar hulle kan gesels en swaan en ek bedoel dit is ons is regtig 'n sterk groep spelers wat besluite saam op die veld kan neem. So weet ek is maar net in die bevoordeelde posisie om die captain's armband te dra, as ek dit so kan sê. Maar ek dink nog steeds op die ander ding is op die ander kant dis nog steeds ongelooflik om om 'n kaptein van 'n Springbokspan te wees en weet ons gaan definitief daar uitgaan om ons gameplan te speel en ons beste te gee. Dit gaan nog altyd oor hoe ons span kan opbou tot en met as 'n ou in 'n wêreldbeker ingaan en sulke dinge, maar obviously die belangrikste ding lê voor en dit is môre, dis Australië. So nie te ver vooruit kykie, maar ons werk na sekere dinge toe.
Gebeur nie aldag dat die kaptein ouer is as 'n skeieregter op die dag nie, gaan jy môre daaraan herinner dat hy die ouer garde respek gee?
Nee, kyk, respek kom van albei kante af, dink ek. Ek bedoel as jy hou met respek hanteer, sal hy jou met respek hanteer en ek dink dit is waar die grootste ding gaan. Ons ken Ben baie goed. Hy het al 'n hele paar toetse geblaas in Swan en weet ons het net alle respek vir hom. So ek dink daar gaan dalk nog daar's 'n paar nuwe dinge wat getoets gaan word of wat jy weet gedurende hierdie Tri Nations getoets gaan word. So jy weet ons as spelers gaan moet leer hoe om dit te manage, as ek dit so kan sê.
Dwayne, jy het voorheen genoem, jy weet dat mense bietjie maar dis maar 'n bietjie van 'n balancing act, jy weet van jy wil nie te ver vooruit kyk nie, jy weet maar jy moet ook 'n bietjie perspektief hou en dinge. Ja, ironies genoeg was jy soort van in dieselfde posisie in 2019. Help dit vir jou om vir die ouens te sê in 2019 het ons 'n rugby kampioenskap gewen? En ons kon nog steeds bou tot die wêreldbeker. Help dit ook met daai balans in 2023, jy weet, handhaaf.
Ja, kyk, mens kan nie wat gebeur het in die verlede, dit gebeur in die verlede. So jy kan dis goedjies wat jy kan gaan bære en dit is great memories en sulke dinge, maar jy kan niks op dit bou nie. Ek bedoel jy kan net fokus op dit waarmee jy besig is en ons fokus jy weet die groot fokus is in die nou en ons kan ook nie te ver vooruit, dis presies wat jy sê, perspektief. Jy weet maar daar is soos ek sê, daar is baie goed waarvoor ons kan beplan. Maar vir ons as 'n squad moet ons net, jy moet dit stapie vir stapie vat. En jou grootste fokus is hierdie naweek. Ons kan weer eens kan nie te ver vooruit nie. Maar jy weet, as jy nou gaan praat na 2019, hulle het gesê oor ou gaan jy sal nooit of daar nie eens span 'n wêreldbeker gewen as hy Rugby Championship gewen het of so iets nie. En ons het onsself verkeerd bewys oor sulke dinge. So ek dink net die belangrikste ding vir ons is om te fokus op die nou, die game môre en dan van daar af net op te bou en vir ons, jy weet, hoe beter ons elke naweek kan speel en kan bou op van naweek na naweek en klein goedjies beter te maak. Dit is vir ons die belangrikste.
Right, guys, welcome to today's commentary. We're about 15 minutes away from kickoff in this game against the Springboks. and the Wallabies. So looking forward to a really good game. We are going to go through the team lineups real quickly and just have a look at how things are going to pan out today for the Springboks against the Wallabies side. Let me just get the scoreboard up so long for you guys so that we are ready for when the game do start. So there we go. It's the Springboks up against the Wallabies in about 15 minutes time. Let me know where you guys are watching this from. Normally get a lot of support from around the world. So let's hope for a really good game here today between the two sides. Let's start with the Springbok side, and we're going to go and have a look at the team lineup for today. Obviously, there's a couple of players missing today. Guys have already traveled over to New Zealand, but this is a strong Springbok side and one that I think can easily win this game today. So starting with the back line, we've got Willie Leroux, Cannon Moody and Kurtley Arends in the back three. Willie Leroux, very experienced fullback, going to the Bulls next season, and looking forward to that as well. But it's going to be big. He's going to be vital at the back, his experience. Expect the Wallabies to kick some ball up into the air, get a few carryovers going here and there, and Willie Leroux, with the inexperience of Cannon Moody and Kurtley Arends somewhat, will have to guide them in that position today. It's going to be interesting to see how these two youngsters will fare. Cannon Moody last time on debut, absolutely brilliant against the Wallabies. We won that game against them last year, and he scored a phenomenal try. So let's hope he can do the magic again today for us. And then obviously Kurtley Arends, one of the breakthrough players of the South African side. Incredible last year, the end of the year tour, the Autumn Nations Cup, where we saw him really come to life in that Springbok side. So looking forward to that. And in the midfield combination of Lukhanyo and Andre Esterhuizen, many would say that it's not a tested combination, but people tend to forget that these two people used to play together for the Sharks not so long ago. So Lukhanyo probably our best outside centre at the moment, and one of the best in the world. If it wasn't for injury last year, we would have definitely seen a lot more from him going into the season, and probably would have been player of the year had he not get injured during that season. Andre Esterhuizen have got a lot to prove today. Obviously, Damien Dialendi already basically booking his place into the World Cup if he doesn't get injured. But the chance for Andre Esterhuizen to show that he's just as good as the rest of them, and expect him to carry that ball up quite a bit today, get over the advantage line on numerous occasions, and really bash it up and really tackle the Wallabies backwards today. Then the big talking point here, the halfback combination of Manny Libbok and Kobus Reinach. Andre Pollard obviously out injured today. Willemse on the bench, but they've decided to go with the informed fly-off, which is Manny Libbok. Questions will be raised about his ability to play under pressure, but he gets the opportunity today to really show that he is meant to be on the big scene in the international level. Didn't play bad when he came onto the field for the Boks last season, and really got the back line going. And that's what we want to see him do today. Really get this dangerous back line going. The likes of Cannon Moody and Kurtley Arends and Lukhanyo, and then the experience of Willie maybe switching from 10 to fullback. We might see that happening as well. We saw it quite a bit in the Autumn Nations last season when Willie Leroux did pop up in the fly-off channel quite a bit as well. So expect that maybe today as well, just to relieve some pressure on Manny Libbok throughout the game as well. Then Kobus Reinach, he's got to really step up today. South Africa are blessed with incredible scrum halves at the moment. The likes of Grant Williams and Jaden Hendricks are really trying to knock that door down. And then there's the likes of Sanala Nohamba, who wasn't part of the Springbok squad in the last season or two. But he really have to come up with a really big game today to cement his place in that World Cup squad, because Hendricks, along with Grant Williams and Herschel Yankees, will try and keep him out of the side. So important that Kobus Reinach really fires today. If we look at the forwards for the Springboks today, Dwayne Vermeulen, Peter Steph, the Dwayne Marco van Staden, the loose forward combination today. Dwayne Vermeulen also captaining the side in the absence of Sia Khaleesi. Nobody better than Dwayne Vermeulen thought to do that job for the Springboks today, and expect him to play a vital role in this game. Obviously, it's run down the pecking order a little bit to the likes of Jasper Wiese, and then strong on his heels are the likes of Ria van der Roos, who really wants to knock that Springbok door down. So a big test expected from Dwayne today to really showcase his talent and show to the locals and to the world that he's not old and that he's still got it to be in the Springbok starting lineup and even keep Jasper Wiese maybe out. Pieter-Steph du Toit haven't played a lot in the Japan League. Now comes back. Luckily, there's enough time for him to get match fit and get ready for the World Cup. And you expect him to really bash it up. He's one of those players that makes 100 tackles in a game, and expect him to really be a handful for the likes of Michael Hooper, Rob Valentini, and the young debutant Hooper as well. Then Marco van Staden, probably a fringe player for the Springboks at this stage. He gets the opportunity to really show that he belongs in the Springbok spot. Obviously, that Springbok door not closed yet, but with the likes of Kwagga Smith and Sia Khaleesi, Pieter-Steph du Toit, Franco Mostert, and all of those guys there, it's going to be really hard for Marco. We've seen that Marcel Coetzee, that he's missed out on the Springbok selection, and Van Staden will want to really step up and really steal that ball at the breakdown today. Marvin Orie and Jean Klein in the locks. Jean Klein making his debut, the former Irish international. Big moment for him. Like you said, he didn't expect to be a Springbok. And it's always been his dream. He's been watching Bakkies Botha when he was younger and looking to emulate what he's done in the side. He's got a little bit of a shiner in the team photos. So welcome to the Springbok setup is Jean Klein. And Marvin Orie has had a super URC season. Comes in at number 5. Definitely one of the players I see going to the World Cup. So vital that he do showcase his true talents today against a very formidable Wallaby side that will test him to the utmost. The front row for the Springboks, Frans Malherbe, Bongi Bonambi, and Steven Kitshoff. This is a World Cup front row and one that can destroy any pack of forwards on the day. So looking forward to this one. Frans Malherbe playing some great rugby for the Stormers this season. Steven Kitshoff, the best loose forward in world rugby. Tried to change my mind on that one. And then Bongi Bonambi, who's been vital for South Africa over the past couple of seasons. Obviously, guys like Malcolm Marx and also like Xavier Bedetsebet and Franco Mostert, Jasper Wiese, Faf de Klerk, Dialendi, Colby, all going to New Zealand to get ready. So they won't be available for today's game. But this is still a very good Springbok side. And if you look at the bench, you do see a lot of fringe players there, guys that needs to step up today and really play a massive game. Because these are the guys that want to book their place to the Rugby World Cup. And there's only 33 spots. So guys like Joseph Ndweba, Thomas du Toit, Vincent Kok, R.G. Snyman, Nia van der Roos, Dion Fourie, Grant Williams and Damian Willems are all there. Of these guys, I think only maybe 2 or 3 are guaranteed a spot at the Rugby World Cup. So the likes of Dion Fourie and Nia van der Roos will really want to show when they do come onto the field that they're worthy of their spot and that they need to go to the Rugby World Cup. Obviously, this is the Rugby Championship, a completely different competition to the World Cup later, but an important one going forward. We don't play New Zealand and Australian sides anymore because we've left Super Rugby. We're now playing URC. So this is our chance to basically weigh in whether the URC is better or are we actually missing Super Rugby. But a great opportunity for these guys. I know a guy like Thomas du Toit is really waiting to get onto that field and make a massive impact. So too R.G. Snyman, who haven't played for the Springboks in a couple of seasons. So he will definitely want to come onto that field and make a big difference. Let's go and have a look at some of the comments coming in. We've obviously seen Johan van Zyl saying a worldwide call to all religions, red groups and good people to pray for non-corrupt, fair and intelligent referees today. So that is going to be an interesting one. If we look at the referees for today's game, Ben O'Keefe from New Zealand, assisted by Paul Williams and Andrea Piardi, and then the TMO, Brandon Pickerel. So, there's been lots of scrutiny about the referees in the past. And let's hope that they do step up to the plate. We don't want the game to be won or lost due to a bad call by the referee, but we must remember that they're also human. Ben O'Keefe coming under tremendous pressure from the whistle in the Super Rugby final just a couple of weeks ago. So he knows how to handle the pressure. He's going to be very important in this game as well. And we just need to be disciplined. We will get through this one. Let's go and have a look at the Wallaby side for today. Some experience, some inexperience, but overall a very well-formed Australian side. The back three, Tom Wright, Suliasi, Vunivalu, and Marika Korabeti, quality players there. We know how dangerous Korabeti can be. We know how good Tom Wright can be, and we know Vunivalu, if given space, he will definitely cause a lot of trouble for the Springboks as well today. In the midfield, we've got Lenny Kitoa and Rhys Hodge. It's not a known centre combination, not one that has been tested before, but we know how Lenny Kitoa has been last season. He's a quality player. Obviously, some big names left out of this Wallaby side. Samu Kerevi coming off the bench today, but Rhys Hodge will have to stand up today and really show that he can step up in that number 12 jersey, although I think it's only for this game that he will be slotting in at the inside centre. We've got Quade Cooper and Nick White in a halfback combination here today with experience, oozles of experience there. Quade Cooper, we know him so well from past seasons, a really good player, world-class player. And then Nick White, who will forget the little Oscar fiasco last season involving Faf de Klerk. So Pity Faf is not playing today, but Nick White will definitely try and steer away from those Oscar rewards today. Just play some good rugby and get the ball on the front foot. He might have a little bit of trouble if this forwards of the Wallabies don't step up today. So if we look at the forwards of this Wallabies side, Rob Valentini, Michael Hooper, and debutant Tom Hooper in a loose trio, we would want to put a lot of pressure on the newcomer. But normally these guys do play a massive game. We saw with Jeff van der Roos last time round how great of a player he is, and when he wears that green jersey, he wants to knock that door down, and the same will apply for Tom Hooper today. Michael Hooper and Rob Valentini's got the experience there. They're going to come at the likes of Dwayne Vermeulen and Peter Steff to Dwayne. The lock combination of Will Skelton and Nick Frost, we talked about it earlier. Will Skelton being a big guy, hard runner, strong driving ball carrier, and really good defender. Plays his rugby in France and really comes back into this Wallaby side, bringing that experience and really going to test the Springbok side today at the lineouts and especially in the breakdown areas. Nick Frost has become a really good, reliable player for this Wallaby side, playing at lock, and he will try and really disrupt the Springbok lineout at all given times today. The front row combination of Falana Latoa, David Porecki, and James Slipper, experience there in Latoa and James Slipper. Porecki yet to really prove himself in that number 2 jersey, but gets the opportunity against none other than Bongi Bonambi today, as we now see the Wallaby side now making their way onto the field here at Loftus Versal. Not the greatest of hunting grounds here for the Wallabies, as they will come here not having won a game at Loftus Versal. I don't know if in history, but definitely for the last 10 years at least, they haven't won at Loftus Versfeld. So, it's going to be a big game. If we look at the bench for this Wallaby side, Jordan Ulisi, Matt Gibbons, Zane Nongor making his debut, Richie Arnold making his debut, Pete Samu, Tate McDermott, Samu Kerevi, and then Carter Gordon. So plenty of experience there as well in the likes of Pete Samu and Samu Kerevi, two very strong hard runners. We know them very well from Super Rugby. And we can never underestimate this Wallaby side today. It's the biggest mistake that we're going to make if we do underestimate this Wallaby side today. Antoinette Garber says, "Hi, Guru, miss you a lot." Thanks, Antoinette. So back for the international season. Only going to do the Springboks Wallaby game today, as I do have some personal things that I have to take care of. So won't be able to do the All Blacks game later tonight. But expecting the All Blacks to win that game over the Argentinians, but not without a fight at least. Rudo says go Bokke, and then also Dean says hi from a rainy Scotland. Bought Bash says Aussies to score first 2 tries and get run down. Let's hope not. We don't want that situation where the Springboks in the past concedes a couple of tries and then only comes back closer to the half-time or the second half. We do not want that. Sharkbrain says, this is a giant Aussie team. Both locks are over 2 meters tall. We did speak about it just a little bit earlier. Will Skelton, a huge guy and a very strong ball carrier indeed. Habib says he's from Montpellier in the southern France. And then Tim de Toy says from England, go Bokke. Sharkbrain says, yes, my chum, we like dinge. Het lyk lekker, Sharkbrain. Kan nie wag om hierdie game te kyk hier. As die Bokke besig is om op die veld te draf. 'n groot oomblik vir hulle hier, so die eerste wedstryd van die jaar en ons sien uit na die ene. Almal verwag die Springbokke om hierdie ene te wen. The crowd is sold out. Obviously, it's a sold out crowd, and the brilliant atmosphere here in Loftus as well, as the Springboks now make their way onto the field, getting ready for the national anthems as well. So yeah, let me know where you guys are from. We've got already a couple of people saying where they're from. We also do have a poll up on the channel. We've got around 112 votes so far. Who will win this game? 91% of the people going with the Springbok victory here, with 91%, and then the Wallabies with 7%, and then a draw set at 2% today. So a lot of expectations here on the Springboks today, and expecting them to win this one. We did see in the pre-match press conferences that I did run on the channel before how vital some of the people see this game as. And definitely the Rugby Championship still very much alive, and one of the competitions that we can really measure ourselves against 2 really top teams. They might not be the top 2 teams in the world anymore, but definitely the Wallabies and the All Blacks, very strong competitive teams and looking really, really good. Liberty Walt says he's from Namibia and the Ice, and it's great to see where all the people are from. We've had people from all over watching on the channel, and really appreciate the support, guys. Don't forget to press that like button and subscribe to the channel if you're new. We will be covering most of the Rugby Championship games during the course of time. We will be doing the Springboks Wallaby game today, not doing the All Blacks Argentina game, but next week we will be back for the All Blacks Springbok game, and it's going to be a massive occasion. If the Springboks can win that game in New Zealand again, we'll set them up to win this competition. But first they need to get past the Wallabies today. It's almost kick-off here. They're just busy with the national anthems at the moment as we get ready to get this game underway. It's busy with the South African national anthem. Unfortunately, not allowed to show any audio or footage of this game. This will solely be a commentary game, and giving my insight on what is happening on the field, and guiding you guys through the 80 minutes to come. So let me know in the comment section who you guys think are going to win, what the scores are going to be as well. Lane is watching from Beijing in China, and then Andre Oosthuizen says he's from Bultfontein. So plenty of support from all over, guys. Really appreciate it as we're getting closer to kick off here at Loftus Versfeld. It's a sold out stadium. It was been sold out for a couple of months now. So people really hungry for international rugby, like the the URC final. I did attend that one. It was incredible atmosphere, and to see that Loftus also sold out is just incredible. Let's hope for a really good game, and one that the Springboks will dominate, hopefully up front, and give our opportunity for the backline to really get things going. Let's run through the team lineup just one more time. Quick run through here. Willie Leroux, Karen Moody, and Curtly Arends in the back three, with Lukanya Am and Andre Esterhuizen in the midfield. Then Manny Libbok and Kobus Reinach, the halfback pairing for today's game. Then looking at the forwards, Dwayne Vermeulen, Peter Steph de Tooy, Marco van Staden in the loose trio, with Marvin Orie and John Klein in the locks, and Frans Malherbe, Bongi Bunambi and Stephen Kitsel completing the front row for the Springboks. Then on the bench, Joseph Dweba, Thomas de Tooy, Vincent Kok in the front row, with Vergies Snyman on the lock replacement. Van Roos and Dion Fourie will cover the loose forwards, with Grant Williams covering scrum half and Willems covering fly half and fullback. Game is almost about to start here, so let's quickly run through the Wallaby side. Tom Wright, Suliasi, Vunivalo, Lenny Kitoa, Reece Hodge, Marika Korapetti, Quade Cooper, Nick White, and then the forwards, Rob Valentini, Michael Hooper, Tom Hooper, Will Skelton, Nick Frost, Elena Latoa, David Porecki, and James Slipper. So we are ready to get this game underway. It is going to be the Wallabies to kick this game off for us. And playing from left to right on my screen here is the Wallabies with this kickoff here for this vital game. So Ben O'Keefe, the referee for today, obviously, and then with his assistant referees, Paul Williams, Andrea Piardi, and then TMO, Brendan Pickerel. So let's get ready for this game. Just waiting for the two aeroplanes to fly over Loftus Versfeld here, trying to emulate the 1995 World Cup. K-Pax Mobile Gaming says his Achilles is in the house, and then Antoinette Gerber also saying, watching from Oudtshoorn. So we're just waiting for that two aeroplanes to fly over the stadium, and we're about to get this one underway. Ben O'Keefe ready to blow on his whistle. Let's get this game underway. Here we go with the kickoff. It's the Wallabies to get us underway in this game. Oh, I might have jumped the gun just a little bit there as we still wait for the game to get going. Not quite sure what the hold-up is here, but Ben O'Keefe will get us underway. Well, in fact, Nick White will get us underway from the Wallabies side. So here we go. Kickoff underway here with a deep kick in here from the Wallabies, just up over the 22. Caught by Manny Libok. Runs it up inside the 22 in the middle of the field at the moment. Kobus Reinach is waiting for this one. Gets it up to Marvin Orie. Sets it up inside the 22 in the middle of the field. Still coming back for the box. Back to Willie Leroux, first receiver. Gets the kick away, and that's a brilliant kick from him early on. Finding touch on the halfway line here for the Springboks. Australian ball. Right. So it's going to be a line out for Porecki now to throw it in for the Wallabies. Finds over the top it goes. Collected by the Wallabies now on the halfway line as Nick White gets it out. Here's a chance. Ikitoa gets out. Quade Cooper with a long pass out to Korabetti. Good defense there from Willie Leroux between the 10 and the halfway line. Now Nick White goes with the little kick over the top. Not going to find touch. And into the hands of Manny Libok, who sends it back and finds touch round about on the halfway line for the Springboks. Brilliant kick so far from the Springboks, finding touch on both occasions, not allowing the Wallabies to counter-attack at this stage. Right, so Porecki then again with the throw-in, finds Hooper, the debutant. Now gets it out to Michael Hooper. Nick White straightening the line as Rob Valentini. He runs into a brick wall on the halfway line. White again out to Skelton. Skelton tackled by Malherbe. Good defense there from the Springboks. Marco van Staden up over that ball, and he wins the penalty for the Springboks. An early penalty to the Springboks on the halfway line. And Marco van Staden, as we know him, gets the first penalty for the Springboks here from just inside the Springboks half. Oh, it's going to be a shot at goal here from just inside the Springboks half in the middle of the field. Manny Libok to have a shot at goal here for the Springboks. Yeah, so that ball went to ground. Marco van Staden quickly up over that one and holding on by Will Skelton. Not enough support there. Nothing happening there for them. And the Springboks winning that penalty on the ground. So Libok then getting his first Springbok start at fly-off today, having the first shot at goal. No pressure whatsoever. Difficult kick to start it off with. Obviously, altitude here at Loftus Versfeld. Distance shouldn't be a problem. It's just going to be up to the direction here of Manny Libok. So it's around about 55 meters out from the try line. So a long kick, but with altitude shouldn't be a problem at all. Manny Libbok then lining this one up then for the Springboks. Right, gets it going, strikes it good, but oh dear, just under the post. So distance being the problem there as the Wallabies clear that ball into touch. Dwayne Vermeulen with a quick throw in, finds Willie Leroux. Now gets it out, goes with the cross kick there, Reinach, but the ball has been charged down by the Wallabies. A charge picked up by Andre Esterhuizen on the 10-meter line in the middle of the field, inside Bok territory. Reinach gets it out, Marvin Orie now, Libbok on a loop around, Willie Leroux goes a little chip kick over the top and directly into touch. We're going to go back to the 10-meter line inside Springboks half for a line out to the Wallabies. The idea was there for Willie, but just not the execution of that kick, not good from Willie Leroux. So the scoreboard stays the same. Quick throw in now, finds James Slipper, Michael Hooper, Nick White on, gets the ball out to Rhys Hodge, who sends it into the air now. Inside the 22, waiting for it. Willie Leroux makes the mark about 7 meters out from his own try line. Quick tap here, and off he goes to the kick downfield. He is going to find touch on the halfway line. So his clearance kicks have been really good so far as Willie Leroux made his test debut for South Africa against Italy way back in 2013. So it's been a 10-year spell for this guy. Gorecki then with the throw in finds Nick Frost. Good line out from the Wallabies. Now sets up the driving ball. It's just not working for them. Now it starts to move forward just inside their own half, about 5 meters out from the left-hand touch line. Nick White waiting for it. He's going to go with the box kick over the top. Chases Korobetti, but well taken by Cannon Moody. A thumping tackle on him just outside the 22, 5 meters from the right-hand touchline. Willie Leroux now at scrum off here for the Springboks. Where is Kobus Reinhardt then? So Willie now at scrum off, waiting, slow ball, Marvin Orie. Just up over the 22 they go now. Can't kick this out directly. Now Reinhardt is back at the scrum off position. Slow ball coming back for the box. 10 meters up from the right-hand touchline. Goes to the box kick over the top. Now Cannon Moody chasing up after Dwayne Vermeulen has taken that beautifully on the 10-meter line inside South Africa's half. Now Reinhardt back to Marvin Orie on a loop. Manny Libbok gets out. Willie Leroux with a kick downfield. And that's a one bounce taken by Tom Wright now. Runs it up to the 10-meter line. Big tackle on him from Andre Esterhuizen. I think it's touched Esterhuizen into touch there, so it should be a Wallaby line out on the 10-meter line. Gertley Arendse missing that first tackle, but Andre Esterhuizen making sure with the second one. So it will be South African ball then. Bongi Bunambi with the throw in on the 10-meter line of the Wallabies. Jean Klein on debut. First line out for the Springboks today. What can the Springboks do from here? It's the first real opportunity for the first 6 minutes. No, it is going to be a Wallaby line out. So it's a Wallaby line out on the 10-meter line. Gorecki then with the throw in. Finds Hooper again. Now Michael Hooper gets out to Nick White. Sends it downfield into the hands there of Gertley Arendse. Back it comes now to Willie, who puts it on the boot and finds touch on the halfway again. Some really, really good kicking from Willie Leroux at the moment. Right, so it will be a line out to the Wallabies on the 10-meter line, on a halfway line, sorry. So a lot of kicking so far in this game, with both teams still feeling each other out. That ball has been stolen by Vermeulen, but it's picked up by Alaloto on the 10-meter line. Now a chance here for the Wallabies. Cooper, out it goes to Ikitoa. Now Tom Wright, there's space on the outside for Korobetti. He's up over the 22. Who's going to catch him? Nobody's going to catch him. And Marika Korobetti's in the corner for the first try. Poor defense there from the box. And allowing too much space there for Marika Korobetti. Andre Esterhuizen missing that tackle. And Korobetti gets his 18th international try. Quick hands through from the Wallabies. And Marika Corabetti pinning down his ears. Tried valiantly was Andre Esterhuizen, but should have done better. And over for the first try is the Wallabies in the 8th minute of this game. Not good from the box. So Corabetti gets the first try and a conversion attempt coming up for them. Corabetti. So Corabetti gets the first try in the 8th minute here for the Wallabies. Conversion attempt coming up from Reese Hodge now. It is out wide, so an opportunity to miss it, but he's a good goal kicker. Reese Hodge, he struck it. And it's going to go to the left. So 5-0. It will remain in this game. The Wallabies getting the first try of this game. Corabetti in the 8th minute of the game gets the first try going. And South Africa will really have to step up here. Outran, great pace shown by Marika Corabetti. The restart in from Lebok is a deep kick into the hands of Nick White. Now tries to juggle his way through a couple of defenders, but John Klein has done well trying to hold him up, and I think he's done really well with that one. It's going to be a South African ball on the 22-meter line of the Wallabies. Great work done by the debutant, holding up Nick White, and a chance now for the Springboks to hit back in this game. Barry says Eddie Jones making his presence shown early on in this game. Board Bash said the Wallabies are going to score 2 tries before the Springboks are going to get onto the board. So let's see if that's going to be the case today. Right, so the first scrum of the game, the Springboks quite heavier in the front forwards, but the overall weight, I think they're very even with South Africa just getting the edge over on weight there. Kobus Reinhardt to feature this one in for the Springboks now. First scrum looking good. Pressure been put up by the Springbok scrum here, but the ball needs to come out now. Andre Esterhuizen bashes it up. Up over the 22 they go now. Peter Steph du Toit. Steph du Toit makes his from the try line. Here comes Marco van Staden. Now about 10 meters out from the try line. Du Toit again on a loose pass to the back. Willie Leroux picks it up just outside the 22. He's brought to ground by Hooper. Poor play there from South Africa. Gets it back now. Kitshoff. Kitshoff just outside the 22 now. Brought down Reinach again. Marvin Uri with the inside pass to Klein. Up over the 22 they go. Kobus Reinach again now. Back it comes to Lebok. Lebok a little bit indecisive there. Gets scored on the 22-meter line in the middle of the field. Back again, Marco van Staden. Advantage to South Africa. Here they come, Willie Leroux, flat pass to Marvin Uri, still on the 22-meter line. Not able to break this Wallaby defense now. Reinhardt back to Willie Leroux. Leroux with a long pass out to Andre Esterhuizen. Now it opens up a little bit here. It's Canon Moody just up over the 22, but the referee's going to call them back here for a penalty. So South Africa not able to get past this Wallaby defense at the moment. Some really good play in defense by the Wallaby side. Yeah, Corabetti could be in some serious trouble here. Diving on to Canon Moody there. So I think time is not going to be stopped here. And they might go upstairs to have a look here at Marika Corabetti. In fact, no, they're not going to go back for it. So penalty in the middle of the field then for the Springboks. Offside by the Wallabies. And Lebok is going to have a shot at goal here for the Boks. CK Gaming says, afternoon, Guru. Ashley, hi, Guru, long time. And in what view on Manny Lebok starting for the Boks? Yes, so an opportunity for 3 points here for Lebok. His first attempt did not go the distance. So this one a lot easier, right in front, in the middle of the field. And just outside the 22. So great opportunity for the Boks to get their first points on the board. A try in the 8th minute by Marika Korobetti has put the Wallabies on the scoreboard first, as Libbok now lines it up from just outside the 22 in the middle of the field. Can the Boks get this 3-pointer? Should be a real gimme, as Libbok now takes his time with this one. Definitely taking his time with both kicks so far, regardless the difficulty of the kick. Right, he struck that one beautifully and through it goes. So 3 points to 0. Sorry, 5 points to 3. Almost for a second forgot about the try from the Wallabies. So 5 points to 3, the Wallabies lead the Springboks after 13.5 minutes in this game. Loftus Versfeld sold out. Are we going to see a big surprise here today? Nick White gets us back underway. It's a high hanging kickoff, but a little bit too deep as Libbok now sends that one downfield. Not going to find touch now. Finds Nick White on the 10-meter line. Quade Cooper with a kick downfield. Dwayne Willie LaRue waiting just outside the 22. Gets the pass out to Lukanyam now. Lukanyam tried to run that one, but runs into Alatoa. Not held in the tackle now. Goes again. Gets the pop pass away to Bonambi between the 10 and the 22-meter line. Libbok with a long cut-up pass. An opportunity here for Kurtley Arends. Runs it up to the 10-meter line. 5 meters from the left-hand touchline. Now Marvin Uri with the drive there. Now Libbok again on the loop around Willie LaRue. Lukanyam. Numbers out wide. Can they use this now? Marco van Staden. He cuts back on the inside. He's up to the Wallaby 10-meter line, but a little bit isolated there. Now they do get it back again. Willie LaRue with a pass out to Cannon Moody. Here's a chance for South Africa. He's going to take it on himself, but it's brought down by Tom Wright. 10 meters out from the try line. Now Kobus Reina cuts off again. Sets it up about 10 meters out in the middle of the field. Kobus Reina again now. Bonambi. Manny Libbok just couldn't get it. Goes backwards. It's Marvin Uri, Andreas Reisen. They're going to score the first try. It's a Kurtley Arends over for the Springboks, but I think they might go upstairs to have a look at this one. 8 points to 5 with a conversion to come. Will they go upstairs to have a look whether Manny Libbok might have knocked that ball on? But a great breakout from Cannon Moody. Poor defense from Hooper. Then Tom Wright made the tackle. Quick support there. Then came back to Kitshoff, and then from Kitshoff it went to Manny Libbok, who just got a hand on it, gone backwards, and then picked up there by Marvin Uri. Just got the pass out to Andre Esterhuizen, and 2 men on the outside there for Kurtley Arends. Try time to the Springboks, and it looks like they're not going to go upstairs for this one. So Manny Libbok then to try and convert this one. My path for healthy living, says great commentary. Thanks, bro. Really enjoy it. 16 minutes gone in this one. 8 points to 5. The Springboks lead the Wallabies at the moment. 308 people watching at the moment. Don't forget to press the like button and subscribe to the channel as well. Libbok to try and attempt this conversion here for the Springboks to put the Boks up by 5. Can they do this? Ethan says, sounds like we fancy turning the ball today, or running the ball, yeah. So, yeah, they're definitely running it a little bit so far. That kick is a high one over, and 10 points to 5. The Springboks lead here after a wobbly start. Liberty Walt says, Guru's on fire. Thanks, guys. Right, so Nick White will get us back underway for this game. The restart now from the Wallabies. 10 points to 5, the Springboks lead. 17 minutes gone. Goes with a high, short one this time, just outside the 22. Collected beautifully by Peter Steph-Toy. Right in the middle of the field now, Kobus Reinhardt waiting for it on the 22-meter line. Driving ball set up by the Springboks now, looking to get them all going. Good driving ball from the box, slowly but surely. Gaining some ground, but Reinhardt wants it back. Reina works the short side now. Oh, into space goes Manny Lebok. He's up to the halfway line. He needs support now. Is he going to go with a little kick? He's still going. Up to the 22. He goes now in the middle of the field. But a little knock on from him now. Turnover ball. Here comes the Wallabies now with a kick downfield at one bounce and into touch it goes on the 10-meter line of the Springboks. Goodness gracious. What a break from Manny Lebok. Just a support play, not there. Should have gone maybe with a little kick over the top for Cannon Moody to chase, but Quade Cooper were there to cover for them. A good tackle from Erika Korabeti, knocked that ball out, and a chance now for the Springboks to attack again from inside their own half. Possession 71% to the Boks, 51% territory to them as well. Bonambi with a throw in. Oh, it's gone over the top, and who's going to collect this? Marvin Nuri manages to get it, but Ben O'Keefe says it's not in straight, so we will have a scrum down to the Wallabies. First mistake from Bonambi today. Yeah, that one has gone skew. So a chance now for the Wallabies as we had about 19 minutes in this game. The Springboks lead by 10 points to 5. Just having to put there for the Springboks try scorer Kurtley Arends, who got that first try for the Springboks. He got that in the 17th minute, I think it was. It's just Nick White with the feet to the scrum for the Wallabies. It's a free kick from that scrum for the Wallabies. A mistake there from the Springboks, pushing in a little bit early there. And let's see what the Wallabies, they're going to scrum again. It seems here is the Wallabies. Mexican wave going on there at the back, just shown on the screen now as a sold-out Loftus first felt here today. Shark Brand says, Guru, you have something crawling up your chin there. Now I think it's maybe time to cut or get rid of this little bokbarkie of mine. So the scrum feet taken in. Nick White goes for the little grubber through there, and that's a brilliant kick from the little scrum half, finding touch in behind, 5 meters out from the try line. South Africa will have to come up with a defensive line out here, putting the pressure on the Boks. 20 minutes gone in this one. Will we see another mistake here? Bonambi to throw this one in. Taking his time with this throw in, 5 meters out from the try line. Taken by Jean Klein, and gets the pass out to Kobus Reinach. Now Dwayne Vermeulen. He sets it up about 7 meters out from his own try line. 10 meters out from the left-hand touch line. Manny Lebok. Oh, poor kick from him. Scrambles it into touch about 15 meters out from the try line. But at least it's out. So South Africa can regroup and build again. Yeah, that one just completely slices off the boot of Manny Lebok and into touch. Ethan asked, what do all the Bok fans think of the new Springbok kit? I love it. Not so much the away jersey, but I've also never been a fan of the white kit as well. But love the new Springbok jersey. Right, here comes the Wallabies on the attack now. Lenny Kitoa trying to get the pass out to Tom Wright, who straightens the line up over the 22. He goes. Now Quade Cooper with a pick up and go. 10 meters out from the left-hand touchline. It's Hooper now putting his head down. Great defense there from Dwayne Vermeulen. Again now Will Skelton. Will Skelton brought to the ground really quickly now in the middle of the field here. Just inside the 22 Mike Cooper gets out to Korabeti now. Vuli Valu, he's brought down about 10 meters out from the try line. Korabeti with a pass, knocked on by Michael Alatoa. Advantage to the Boks. Here's a counter attack. Manny Lebok with a kick downfield. And nobody at the back there, but it's going to go into touch just between the 10 and the 22. Maybe would have thought he tried to go for the 50-22 there. given that there was nobody at the back there. So Australia's already made 34 tackles to only 11 from South Africa. So a chance now for the Springboks to put pressure on the Wallabies between the 22 and the 10-meter line inside Wallaby territory. 10 points to 5, the Springboks lead as Borecki throws it in, finds Nick Frost, a little bit wobbly off the back now. Michael Hooper brought down by Frans Malherbe. About 5 meters out from the 22 of the Wallabies, Will Skelton. Wallabies doing everything at slow motion at the moment. Not really getting to life here at the moment. Goes to the box kick over the top as Nick White. Nobody really chasing now. Cannon Moody from the 10-meter line inside South Africa's half. Tries to get the pass away, but Michael Hooper very quickly onto him. Brings him down just inside the Springbok half. Penalty to the Wallabies. Playing up, well, I don't think the first thing is you hold on to that ball, or one of the players might have dived over that ball, enabling Hooper to take that ball on the ground. So what will the Wallabies do? Kick this to the corner or take the three-pointer? Looks like they've set it up to go for a shot at goal here. Opportunity for the Wallabies to draw back 3 points in this game. Possession 63% to the Springboks, 37% to the Wallabies. It has looked like when the Wallabies do have possession that they're really slow with the forwards, but the backline at least looking really dangerous. Reece Hodge now to attempt this one, missed his first kick. That was a conversion attempt from the left-hand corner, so not taking too much in from that. Let's have a look at this kick from him. He's pulled it quite well and truly there to the left. So the score will remain the same. 10 points to 5, the Springboks lead, 22-meter dropout coming up here in the Rugby Championship of 2023. It's the Springboks up against the Wallabies from Loftus Versfeld. Liberty World says the Protea is growing. Right, so Limbok to get us back underway in this one. Look, I like the Springbok jersey. I'm not too crazy about the collar, Ethan, but I mean, yeah, overall a really good kit. The deep kick in taken by Cooper, ran up by Valentini now between the halfway and the 10-meter line of the box. Nick White again going for a bit of space in behind. He's going to find it. Oh, Limbok under pressure now. 5 meters out from his own try line. Billy LaRue gets that ball away, and he's going to find touch roundabout between the 10 and the 22-meter line. Limbok taking his time to get that ball away. Marika Corabetti onto him in a flash. He causing a lot of problems for the Springboks at the moment. Got that first try of the game for them in the 8th minute, and being really strong on the defense, putting a lot of pressure on Cannon Moody. Borecki now with the throw into this line-up, taken a bit sloppy off the back. Nick White has done well now. Reece Hodge goes high. Is there enough support runners coming? No. Oh, it's Cannon Moody has knocked that one on, and here's a chance now. Nick White with a step through into space. Who's chasing this one down? Quickest man there, Kobus Reinach. Dots it down for the Springboks. We're going to have a goal line dropout. Ethan says, sounds like Limbok is very nervous. Yeah, he's looking a little bit nervous, Ethan. It's his first test start here, but give him some time. He'll get better. He's already had a great break as well. Right, so the goal line dropout now for the Springboks. 27 minutes gone in this one. It's a wobbly little kick downfield. 2 or 3 bounces taken by Tom right now. Valentini bashes his way up. Little bit isolated. Cuts off quickly up over that, but they do get it back now. Alatoa, Michael Hooper. Still the Wallabies come now from the 10-meter line of South Africa. They'll stab through, but it's been charged down by Lukanya and the Boks have secured this ball now. But the referee says there's 2 little knock-ons. First from the Wallabies and then from the Boks. So Scrum down to the Springboks on the 10-meter line inside their own half. It's not been pretty, but it's test match rugby to say the least. 10 points to 5, the Springboks lead here. Tries by Marika Korobetti, as well as one for Kitley Arends for the Springboks. Going to have a stoppage in play here for an injury to one of the Wallaby players. So Christian says, Hiker, it's been a while, been listening to that Kiwi kid, but he's showing his true colors. Miss you, bro. What's going on, Christian? Right, 10 points to 5 it is. Free handling errors from the Springboks, 2 from the Wallabies so far. But I mean, it's been a great physical battle already. Couple of mistakes here and there, expecting that from the first test match of the season. So, yeah, 10 points to 5 it is. The Boks leading this one. Penalty and a converted try so far. One missed penalty attempt from Libbok, Australia, getting that first try, missing the conversion, and then also missing a penalty attempt. So the scoreboard at the moment in advantage of South Africa with 5 points. Scrum down to the Springboks here on a 10-meter line inside their own half. Can they get things going? Another try for the Springboks here before halftime would be really good. Right, Kobus Reinhardt then to feed this one in. Scrum goes down and yeah, Benakev is going to restart it again. Let's hope we don't have plenty of resets today, because it does eat up the time quite a bit. Raymond Pitcher says, agree with Christian. Thanks for the support, guys. Really appreciate it. Yorina Furi says, my very favorite rugby commentator, Gerard Viviers, will agree. Thanks, Yorina. Never had the privilege to listen to Gerard Viviers, but I have listened to a couple of recordings in the past. Right, the Springboks from that scrum on the attack. They go wide to Cannon Moody. Up to the halfway line they go. Now Kobus Reinhardt, penalty advantage coming for the Springboks now. Libbok gets it away to Andre Esterhuizen. He's going to beat the first defender now. Up over the halfway line goes the kick. And collects it beautifully. Gets the pass out to Peter Steph de Toey. Just inside the 22 they go now. Who's there to support? Nobody. And it's been picked up by the Wallabies now. Counter-attack opportunity for them from the 22. Slow ball coming back now for the Wallabies side, but they've done brilliantly to steal that ball. Nick White gets it back, and a kick downfield from the Wallabies, going to find touch 5 meters outside of the 22. Don't know, clear, where can I watch the game live? So, yeah, you can only watch it on Super Sport and any other paid subscription. Don't know. So, hopefully the commentary will be good enough. iPad for Healthy Living asked, what are you drinking today? So, yeah, just a cool drink, if I can say it like that. Off the back, South Africa. Oh, here's another chance now. And Kitley Arends is going to dive over for his second try in the 29th minute. A set play move from the Springboks have left the Wallabies in disarray. A try to the box. 15 points to 5. Kitley Arends gets it down in the 29th minute. Second try of the game for him. Brilliantly cut off the back from Marco van Staden. And the space just opened up on the short side. Brilliant stuff from the Springboks. So, Arends with his second try. Brilliant stuff from the Springboks. And it's 15 points to 5 after 20 or 30 minutes of this game. Brilliant stuff from the Boks. A little bit under pressure in the first couple of minutes of the game, but since then, it's been all Springboks. Kitley Arends getting both tries for the Springboks so far in the 17th minute and the 29th minute. 15 points to 5 with a conversion to come. Ethan says, won't need to watch it live. We have the Ultra HD Guru commentary. Dennis McGuire says, let's go Bokke. So conversion attempt coming up now from Manny Libok from about 10 meters out from the left-hand touchline. Liberty World says, Squin Coke. Yeah, I don't know if it's fail or squin, Liberty. Don't want to say really. You never know what the YouTube policy says these days, but a brilliant kick from Manny Libok goes straight through the middle, and the Springboks lead by 17 points to 5 with still about 9 or 8 minutes to go in this first half. Brilliant stuff from the Bokkies. Right, so a 12-point lead going into the last 8 minutes of the first half. Let's get another one. Or will the Wallabies be able to hit back in this one? The restart for Nivalu, miles ahead of the kicker, but not enough emphasis put on that. Springboks have regathered it inside the 22 now. Kobus Reinhardt. Out it goes to Peter Steph de Toey. Still inside the 22. Sets it up through the forwards. Reinhardt waiting for it. Gets the pass out to Libok. They're going to run this from inside the road 22. Willie Leruna. Esterhuizen goes to the little chip through. It's touched one of the Wallabies and into touch. So it should be a Springbok line out on the halfway line here. Good play from the Springboks trying to attack from inside their own 22. Some great work there. Well, might not have touched the Wallabies there. It was a stab through. So it should be a Wallaby line out on the halfway line. Yeah, it's not so quick, Ethan. A little bit slow ball from him. The Wallabies have collected that ball from the line out, and over the top goes Nick White. Chase Korobeti's good, but it's well taken. Cannon Moody living off that pressure from Korobeti. Reinhardt again. Gets the pass out to Libok. Libok going. Libok looking for a bit of space now. Finds Willie Leroux. Great tackle from Lenny Kitoa. Putting pressure on the box now on the 22-meter line. Don't run it from inside the 22. Get the kick away. Kobus Reinhardt out to Malherbe. Just up over the 22 goes the box now. Slow ball again for the box now. Good counter ruck from the Wallabies. Reinhardt again very slow with that ball. As he's going to go with the box kick over the top himself. And nobody really wants that. It's a penalty to the Springboks. It was knocked on by the Australian player and taken by a player in front of him. So a penalty to the Springboks then. Marlon Isaac says, great match so far for Libok. Yeah, he's been really good. Apart from that one little wobbly kick. He's been really solid for the Springboks at number 10. Just really opening up some space for the box in the back line. That kick's going to find touch just round about the 10-meter line of the Wallabies. Bob says, hope the box smashed him. And then Leonard says, listening to this while working in the office in Poland. Thanks. Bonambi with the throw, and he's missed one only today. Goes to the back to Peter Stettertway now. Reinhardt, Libok, flat pass to Vermeulen. Up to the 10-meter line of the Wallabies now. Marvin Murray gets the pass out to Libok. Long pass out to Cannon Moody. It opens up again for Kitley Arendse. Just up over the 22 now. Quick ball needed. Kitshoff. Kitshoff is going to charge his way forward. Again coming now. Reinhardt gets Peter Stettertway. 15 meters out from the try line, middle of the field. Reinhardt again now deciding to go to short side. He's going to go on his own, nearly into half cap there. 7 meters out from the try line. Kitshoff works it for Jean Klein. Klein now 5 meters out from the try line. Oh, good counter ruck here from the Wallabies. Yeah, they're going to win this ball and kicked ahead by James Slipper into touch. Don't agree with the referee there. Kobus Reinhardt been played without the ball there. You cannot clean the 9. You cannot clean out the 9. But regardless, it will be a line out to the Springboks roundabout between the 22 and the 10-meter line. Christian says, stay loyal to the soil. Bokke all the way. Bokke maak kangaroo biltong hier vandag. Right, so 4 minutes to go in this first half. It's the Springboks 17, Australia 5 at the moment. Klein takes that line out. Off the back van Staden, gets it out. Andreas Rezen. He marches his way just short of the 22. Now Peter Stetter bumped in the tackle by Valentini, but they get the ball away now. Lukanyam cuts back on the inside. Great defense from the Wallabies. Just outside the 22 now. Marvin Nuri. Support play there from Dwayne Vermeulen. Reinach again now. Klein. Klein sets it up just outside the 22 in the middle of the field. Now Libbok. Libbok goes wide. It's Peter Stetter. Oh, great defense again from the Wallabies. No way through for the box. Reinach again now back for Nambi. Libbok on a loop as Vali Leroux goes to the cross kick here for Kutliar. It's a poor kick from him and directly into touch it goes. 3.5 minutes to go. That's just an awful kick from Vali Leroux. Directly into touch. But it's purely based on the pressure that the Wallabies are putting onto the box at the moment. They're not getting over the advantage line. They've been pushed back in the tackle in that phase. And the ultimate mistake comes from Vali Leroux under pressure and directly into touch. Borrelli with the throw in finds Nick Frost in the front now. Driving ball set up by the Wallabies. The Wallabies now through Poreki on the 10-meter line inside their own half. Nick White looks like he's going to go with the box kick over the top again. It's Vunivalu chasing up on this one. Beautifully taken by Kutliar and Senier. But the Springbok support play not there. And it's a beautiful counter-attack from the Wallabies. But the referee gives the penalty against them. Breaching there from the player. And it's a penalty to the Springboks. With 2 minutes to go in this first half. Matty Libbok now to kick this downfield for the Springboks. 2 minutes to go in this first half. And finds touch between the 10 and the 22-meter line. Great take from Kutliar. So having a cracking game today is the blue ball winger. Just picking up from where he left up last season when he had an absolutely brilliant season for the Springboks on debut. Bonap now will throw into this line out. To the front they go. Marvin Nuri has set this up for the Springboks. The driving ball now started by the box. Bonambi controlling it at the back. And just as I say, he's controlling. I think he's lost it. But referee says play on. Now it's Andreas Terrezen up over the 10-meter line and still going forward now. Quick ball needed. Reinach. Oh, it's the ball's been lost backwards by Libbok again now. Under pressure. Vali Leroux on a halfway line. This could be turnover ball for the Wallabies. No, does come back for the box. Reinach Uri. Now Lukanyam goes to the little chip kick over the top. One bounce is beautifully grabbed by Kutliar, but he's just knocked it on, I think. Play on, says the referee. Vunivalu has picked that one up over the 10-meter line. Now a knock from Nick White. But they're going to come back for the first knock from the box. And yeah, great play there by Kutliar. Again, grabbing that ball from the little chip kick from Lukanyam. Nearly away there. Whoa, was he playing in the air? But yeah, giving the benefit of the doubt, 50-50 there. So Christian, is Vali really going to be a bull, or was that a typo from News 24? So it's been confirmed by the Bulls management that Vali Leroux will be joining them for the URC, as well as Akker van der Merwe, Sergio Peterson. There's a couple of really good players that the Bulls have signed in the off-season again. So time is up on the clock for the first half. I think the Wallabies will, well, I don't know if they're going to try and run this from here, but maybe just kick it into touch. Unless South Africa can cause a problem for them at scrum time. Scrum goes down, and Benokif says we will have a reset scrum again. Let's have a look here. Still 17 points to 5 to the Springboks. Time is up for the first half. So, in all fairness, the Wallabies going to have to try and run this from inside their own half, just between the 22 and the 10-meter line. Best maybe just to kick this into touch, regroup, and get ready for the second half maybe. But still, the Springboks can try and win a penalty from here. Both teams really. As Nick White feeds that one in. Big scrum coming from the box now. Vunivalu, they are going to run this from the short side and up to the 10-meter line. Great stepping by him. But now under pressure, that ball's not got. It's a penalty advantage to the Wallabies. So time is still on. We could see still something special from the Wallabies. Little chip over the top from Quade Cooper. Regathered by Michael Hooper. Here's trouble now. Oh, what has happened there? The referee's going to call him back now for the penalty. Not sure what he thought was wrong there. There might have been a forward pass there from Michael Hooper, which I didn't see there. So, seeing some very frustrated fans for the Wallabies there in the stand there. But 17 points to 5. Still time for the Wallabies to kick this downfield and set up an attacking lineup. Right, so decision time now for the Wallabies. Looks like they're going to have a shot at goal here. Oh dear. From the 10-meter line inside their own half, about 10 meters out from the right-hand touchline, the Wallabies are going to have a shot at goal. I don't think that's the right decision. I don't think it's a reachable kick here. It might be altitude, but given Reece Hart's ability to be on song, I don't think he's got the accuracy. But let's see what's going to happen. 17 points to 5 with the last kick of the first half from Reece Hart. 0 kicks from 2 today for Reece Hart. And this one to try and bring the score up to 8 points. Well, it's definitely got the direction, but not the distance. And Andreas Reisen is just going to thump that into touch. So halftime is here, and the scoreboard 17 points to 5 at halftime. 2 tries for the Springboks in the 17th minute and the 29th minute by Arendse, and then a try by Korabeti in the 8th minute for the Wallabies to get their solo points of the game. We are going to take a quick break, and I think we must go and have a look at maybe the press conference we had earlier this week for Jean Klein. So let's go to that, guys. And it's been a really, really good first half. We will be back in just a short while for the second half.
Hi Dion, can you give us an injury update? Is there any new injuries? How's everyone doing?
I think the injuries, there's nothing extra confirmed other than last week. At this point in time, we know that Sia's injured and Andre is injured, so the status quo is still exactly the same.
What about Jaden? Well, I don't think he was, unless I didn't see what the session today.
Yeah, Jaden missed the training session today. Unfortunately, he's got a personal issue that he needs to address. But I think in due time, from SA Rugby side, from the camp side, there will be an official statement in terms of that.
Andre, start of the season, and it's quite an ambitious strategy that you guys are employing with different squads, and the players have just grouped together now. Is everyone on the same page? Are you guys clear into what your objectives are? What's it like? What's the communication in the team like?
Yeah, obviously it's open communication throughout between the coaches and the players. We've had a good 3 weeks together. Everyone's on the same page. We know what's the goal and the plan for the next 3 weeks, four games. Yeah, everyone looks to be happy. We've got a happy squad at the moment. And yeah, like I said, communication is open, so everyone knows where they stand.
As a player in a World Cup year, what do you feel like when when the season's beginning, because obviously what's in front of you is not the end goal, is it?
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is, this is also, it's a stepping stone. You need to move in the right direction. You need to get things right now for the end goal. But at the moment, we take it step by step. This is our main goal now, the Rugby Championship, and all our focus is on this. And obviously, you build through the year. Everyone's very excited, excited to play again.
Andre, you will remember Eddie Jones well from his days with England. It's his first game in charge of Australia for 17 years. Are you expecting the Aussies to make a statement? What are you expecting from Eddie and his Wallabies?
No, I think the Aussies always come to South Africa trying to make a statement. So you can always expect a hard match, a good match, especially with them taking the reins again. I think they're going to have a few things up their sleeve, and they are going to come with a lot of motivation, because he knows how to get a team fired up for a game. So yes.
Marvin, the Wallaby pack, what are your thoughts on that? We see they've got a lot of high-profile locks, a lot of leaders in their pack.
Yeah, of course. I think like what you mentioned, some really good players. From number 1 to number 8. I think they will come out guns blazing. But we've had a good few weeks, mainly focusing on ourselves. And this week, of course, a lot of not focus, but looking at the opposition. So we would have, by the weekend, have studied the strengths and weakness of the opposition, and hopefully we can exploit that Saturday.
Dion, how tricky does a week like this become, where you've got this test match to prepare for, the key one, but also now the players need to depart and also keep their mind on next week's New Zealand test?
I think at this stage, all our focus is on our first test match against Australia. We understand the importance of that, the way you start. We want to have a good start, because that's going to determine or can be a major factor in determining the outcomes of the championship. And all the players, are focused on that. The players which train in different groups, but the groups understand that each one of them, or they are important in terms of getting or giving good preparation to get a good outcome on Saturday. We've all are zoomed in terms of our training session today. We know tomorrow is our after tomorrow we will have a good indication in terms of where we are with the squad selection, the team selection, and the players that goes abroad. But up till now, it's all gun blazing and ensuring that everyone understands what is needed to be effective on Saturday, and then we prepare accordingly.
David Jones always tended to be a bit of a mixed bag. I think you've experienced it from his time as a coach. What are you expecting from his forwards in particular? Because we saw that when coaching it was very forwards orientated. And if there's one thing that came out of the Twickenham test was how badly the Bok forwards hurt England's forwards.
No, I think Eddie's an experienced coach, and I think he understands the importance of set piece, dominance in test match rugby, and I think also in terms of, if you look at his recruitment and his approach over the years, I think we can expect nothing less. I think it's going to be a titanic battle in terms of the set pieces, the scrums, the mauls, and also the defence of that, and then also obviously playing right areas. It's also key in terms of test match rugby. So having a good kicking game, and then having awesome defence, I think that is part and parcel. We know that Eddie is having an attack mind approach in terms of that, but I think over the years he has shown that he can find a very good balance between attack and defence, and managing what he wants to achieve on the field. And so, yeah, we expect the Australia team to be up for it. I mean, if you look at the pack of forwards, or that on its own, there's a good experience between experience and youngsters coming through, uncapped players. So I think they will be excited coming down here, and I think Eddie will get them up to be very competitive on Saturday.
Beyond this time last year, you guys took a while to get going in the series against Wales. Have you learned something from how you started then, or is this just a different year because it's a World Cup year, just in terms of getting that strong start you've spoken about?
Yeah, see, we've learned. Obviously, you learn out of each lesson and each series. You learn a lot, and you try to apply that or build on that from one year to the other. Obviously, you can never ask for a good start. Okay, you can always, I think, pitch up with the right mindset and intensity, and hope to do things right from the start. But as I said, Test match rugby, it's something that you have to build on. You've got to build your innings from the start. It's not going to go all the way from the start, and you've got to learn to adapt. Obviously, this is also going to be tricky for us in the sense that we haven't seen Australia played. So we don't exactly know what they're going to bring. So for us, finding solutions on the run in terms of our execution is going to be very, very important.
Do you want to add into what Mike asked now? How important would it be for the Boks to start with a good performance in a World Cup year?
No, definitely. I mean, as I said, our focus is from the start that we want to win every game. And so I think it's important for every Springbok and being part of the squad is that you want to win every game, because that obviously it's about being the passion that you have for the team and what we feel for our country. And then the second thing is obviously in a World Cup year you want to build momentum, from game one going into the next game. We've only got 5 games left and before we're into the World Cup. So every game, every competition that we play is important for us, and it's important for us to take the lessons at heart as quickly as possible, and to ensure that we, from what we want to achieve, that we as quickly as possible move in the right direction.
Marvin, just for you, they've signalled their intent quite clearly with some of the selections. A couple of very heavy bodies there, Will Skelton and Richie Arnold. How's it going to play out in the lineups? What do you guys expect?
Yeah, of course, Brendan is gonna. It will be a challenge. Like this match will be. Hopefully, the altitude will eat them by the first 15-20 minutes, and it will be easy for us. So, but yeah, of course, we're expecting. We know some of their strengths. We know Arnold and of course Skelton. He's done some really good stuff in club competition. So, yeah, the set piece, the scrums as well. Like I said earlier. I think the captain is also in the front row, so yeah, we're expecting a competitive set piece, but it's also for us good because we love to compete. So yeah, we're looking forward to that, man.
And just in terms of the responsibility that you guys are splitting the squad, the rest of the guys going overseas, how much more responsibility do you feel that responsibility to make sure that you keep this off on a good note?
Yeah, I think for me, I don't know if it's the same for other players. I assume so. To play for South Africa, I mean, no matter who's the opposition, you always feel that you want to go and make people proud. There's so many people in our country who support us, and a lot of other players who want to be sitting and being in the position for Springboks. So as a player, you realize that you are one of the lucky few to be involved here, and I mean, like I said again, we want to go and make the people proud by showing what we like the passion and the energy that we play with, you know. So hopefully it's going to be like that from me and my teammates.
Andre, the guys starting in this first match, within the team framework, is there opportunity for individuals to put their hands up?
Yes, I think there's always chance for any individual to put their hand up. Obviously, you've got a goal as a team, and you've got a game plan. But a lot of the game plan and plans around the play also revolves around the individual. You need to make something happen for the next person to play off you. So I think there's always, or we know there's always chance for any individual to put their hand up and to play their best rugby.
Are you looking forward to it this week?
It is going to be a big good week, yes. We're all looking forward to this. I mean, everyone's excited that international rugby is starting again. Everyone wants to go up there and play. Yeah, so all the boys are excited and can't wait to get on the pitch.
I mean, Andre, you've been described as an agent of chaos for the Harlequins, and in a good way, that is. How do you want to implement that chaotic agentness of yours from a ball perspective?
Yeah, obviously, you like I just said, you want to go out every game and express yourself. Every skill set and attribute you have. So for me to go out and play the best rugby I can is being abrasive, getting the team over the game line, being solid in the fence, and obviously distribution as well, putting away the guys that we know has a lot of speed and skill on the edges.
Right, guys, we are back here for the second half of the game between the Springboks and the Wallabies. The Springboks lead by 17 points to 5 at halftime, and what a game it's been so far for the Springboks. They went down very early on by 5 points to 0, but managed to really pull it through here in the latter stages of the first half, and leading by 12 points. It's a really good lead to have, and looking forward to the second half. Let's quickly go and have a look at how some of the players have been performing before we get into the second half. Billy Leroux has had a bit of a mixed match so far, has done some things good and some things bad, but overall his guidance and experience at the back line really providing for the Springboks. Then Cannon Moody and Kitley Arons are two stand-up players so far for me in the back line. Lukanya Am has been decent. They haven't had plenty of opportunities. Andre Esterhuizen is having a strong game, while Manny Libok also having a really good game so far. Reinhard, on the other hand, a little bit slow at the breakdown with his passing. Could maybe speed it up just a little bit in the second half, but overall he's been really good as well. Then looking at the forwards, Dwayne Vermeulen, Peter Steff and Marco has completely dominated the Wallaby loose trio in this first half. Marvin Uri and John Klein has been really good as well, with Frans Malherbe, Bongi Bunambi and Steven Kotsov just anchoring that scrum in that first half. If we look at the players still to come, Joseph Dueva, Thomas Letoy, Vincent Kok, Erke Snyman, Roos, Dion Fourie, Grant Williams and Willemse might make that switch with Willemse moving to fullback and Grant Williams coming in at scrum half. Dion Fourie and Roos will bring a little bit of energy in that second half with Erke Snyman as well. Can't wait for the second half to start. For the Wallabies, we've had some mixed results from them so far, but let's get back because this game is going to get underway any second now for the second half. So, yeah, it should be a really good second half to come, and really looking forward to this as the Springboks will now get the second half underway for us, playing from left to right on the screen. So Manny Libok then to get the second half going for us here in the second half. 2 tries already. Can they secure the bonus point here in the opening game of the Rugby Championship? It's going to be absolutely vital to get that bonus point here today. Just traveling to the All Blacks next week. So let's hope the Boks can get another 2 here and get past this Wallaby side. They have a 12-point lead. It's not a lot, but at least it's something to have. As we get the second half underway, Manny Libok with the kickoff. It's a deep one taken by Nick White. Goes to the kick downfield, and he will find touch roundabout between the 10 and the halfway line inside their own half. 17 points to 5. The Springboks lead here, just short of the halfway line. It's a line out to the Springboks now. Bongi Bunambi with a throw in. I don't see any changes just yet in this game. So Bunambi with a throw in. Oh, it's sloppy, but they do get it back now. Libok out Andre Esterhuizen with a little pop pass to Marco van Staden. He's been solid today. Up to the 10-meter line they go. Now Kobus Reinhard goes to the box kick over the top. The chase now coming from the Springboks. The bounce of the ball. Will it go the Springboks' way? It is recollected, but the referee says it's a little knock on, and it will be a scrum down to the Wallabies. Deep, well, just inside the 22. Cannon Moody goes up high into the air for that one. Just knocks it on. And one could argue and say Koropetti played him in the air there, but regardless, it will be a scrum down to the Wallabies inside the 22, 5 meters inside the 22, roundabout in the middle of the field here. So chance now early on here for the Wallabies to clear their line. South Africa trying to put the pressure early on in the second half. 17 points to 5, a minute and a half gone in this second half. South Africa need another 2 try. Well, wait. I think the rule for the Rugby Championship is you've got to score 3 tries more than the opposition. So, yeah, we're still pretty much a long way away from that. Right, a little kick over the top from Quade Cooper. Well collected by the Springboks. A kick downfield. Might be a little bit too far to bounce of the ball. Oh, it's been almost unkind to Nick White there. Gets the pass away to Quade Cooper, who puts it on the boot and finds touch inside the 22. The Wallabies. So Springbok on the attack here from inside the 22 of the Wallabies. 2.5 minutes gone. The Springboks with a very good opportunity to get the first points of the second half. It's a 12-point lead at the moment. Can the Boks get the third try of this game? Well, Nambi now with a throw into this line-out. Which way will it go? To the back to Marvin Uri now. It's Dwayne Vermeulen who charges his way up brilliantly. 10 meters out from the try line. Cuts off now. 5 meters out. In the middle of the field, Kobus Reinhardt gets the pass out to Lukanya. I'm a little bit on the back foot there, but the Springboks still have possession now. Kobus Reinhardt gets it out to Bonambi. Still 7-8 meters out from the try line, right in the middle of the field. Cuts off, tackled by Valentini. Now Dwayne Vermeulen. No, Vermeulen. Now 5 meters out from the try line is South Africa. Kobus Reinhardt tries to go on his own. Nobody falling for that one. Willie Leroux now scrum off for the Springboks. Gets it out to Frans Malherbe. Now Willie again. Bonambi sets it's been ripped by the Wallabies under pressure now on the red try line. Quade Cooper now looking to counter-attack here. Bonivalu gets the kick away for the Wallabies. And into touch it goes on the 22-meter line. Brilliant defense there from the Wallabies. Ripping that ball on the try line and gets the ball away. Opportunity, corner begging there for the Springboks, one feels. 17 points to 5, the Springboks still lead this game. But they really need to get the first points here in the second half and really stamp out their authority in this game. Remember the Rugby Championship rules, you need to score 3 tries more than the opposition. Line out taken by Sean Clay now, driving ball set up by the Springboks. Bonambi controlling that ball at the back here for them. Good drive from the Springboks, but it looks like Reinhardt wants that ball. Still going forward is the Springboks now. About 10 meters out from the try line. Still they come. Leg drive here, 5 meters out from the try line. Bonambi brought down to the ground. Has Peter stepped away, knocked that on? Yes, he has. Oh dear. Another opportunity goes a-begging for the Springboks. Just that little mistakes now. And a great driving ball by the Springboks comes to an end with a little knock-on from Peter Steph-Detway. Just maybe a little bit too over-eager there. The foot really of Nick White disrupting that one a little bit, but he should have done better with that one. Right, 17 points to 5. The Springboks lead the Wallabies now. Still that same scoreline from half-time. We've had 5 minutes in the second half. The Springboks camping in the Wallabies 22, but unable to turn pressure into points here at the moment. The scrum, free kick again to the Wallabies. Springbok scrum just too over-eager at the moment. That's the second time that they've been penalised with a free kick here and an opportunity for the Wallabies to get out of their own half here with Rhys Hodge now kicking this one downfield. He's not going to find touch and an opportunity here now for the Springboks from the 10-meter line. Inside their own half, Cannon Moody now goes to the kick downfield. Space, plenty, but goes into touch just short of the 22. And it will be a Wallaby line out just outside the 22, inside Wallaby territory. Just another meter or two, and it would have been a Springbok line out for the 50-22. 6.5 minutes gone in the second half here. David Porecki with the feet to this line out. Taken by Will Skelton off the back now. Michael Hooper, Nick White with the boot downfield. Almost in behind Willie Leroux there, but gets the pass away now. It's an opportunity here now as Willie Leroux going to try and run it. Gets the pass out to Kurt Lee Arends, out to Marco van Staden. Suspiciously forward there, but play on, says the referee. Frans Malherbe taking it up over the 10-meter line of the Springboks now. Lebok gets it back to Willie Leroux. There's numbers here on the left-hand side, but slow ball for the Springboks as Kobus Reinach gets it out now to Jean Klein. Jean Klein throws a little dummy, goes himself just up over the 10-meter line inside Springboks territory. Reinach goes to the box kick over the top. The chase now coming from Cannon Moody, but well taken by Vunivalu on the 10-meter line of the Wallabies. Isolated. Penalty to the Springboks. And a chance now to put this into the corner or at the extra three-pointer. Yeah, quickly up onto him. Vunivalu brought down by Marco van Staden, and then Lukanya Ahmed, Steven Kitshoff quickly up over that. Wins the penalty on the ground for the Boks. Liberty World says Komboka knip hulle sterte. Right, the kick downfield from Libok then. It's going to find touch about 10 meters out from the try line. 17 points to 5 it is. 8.5 minutes gone in the second half. Bonambi with the throw into this line out. Let's see what they can do. This one is the Springboks. They've had a great opportunity early on in this second half to score, but first the ball got ripped, and then on a second occasion, just a little knock on then. Sharkbrain says no, Elton Yankees saw over the top that ball, and now Quade Cooper into a bit of space for the Wallabies. Up between the 22 and the 10-meter line inside their own half. Now Nick White gets it out to Ikitoa, who puts it on the boot and directly into touch. All the way back we go, just short of the 22. Poor kick there from Lenny Ikitoa. Not a renowned kicker in this Wallaby side. So made his test debut in 2021 against France is Lenny Ikitoa. So between the 22 and the 10-meter line inside Wallaby territory, we will have a line up to the Springboks. Just Jason says no need for free bonus points. We need that bonus point. Marco van Staden takes it up. Oh, great leg drive from him. Nearly up to the 22 he goes. Now Kobus Reinach gets the pass out to Dwayne Vermeulen. Just tackled on the 22-meter line. Now Reinach again gets it out to Bonambi. Bonambi from just outside the 22. Reinach again. Now it's Willie Leroux. Manny Lebok. Pop pass to Andre Esterhuizen. Still on the 22. Now pick up and go from Peter Step to Tway. Quick ball now. Reinach. There's numbers here. Kitley Arends. Hat-trick to Kitley Arends. Brilliant stuff from the Springboks. And he gets the try in the 50th minute. Is Kitley Arends. 22 points to 5 with a conversion to come. Brilliant stuff from the Springboks. And Arends gets a hat-trick. Wonderful stuff from the Springboks there again. And that's how you're going to blow the wind out of their sails very, very early on here in the second half. So Arends with a hat-trick in the 50th minute of the game. Will they go upstairs here? They might go and have a look at something here. They're looking for a forward pass. Oh dear. We might see the stripe being overturned here. She's like, you have to look at the handling out of the hand. That's not gone forward. That's a try. Positioning out of the hand goes backwards. That should be a try. Yeah, try's been awarded, and he does get his hat trick. So 22 points to 5 with the conversion to come. 3 tries from the box, all 3 from Arends in the 17th minute, the 29th minute, and the 50th minute of this game. Brilliant stuff from the Springboks. Marco van Staden with a great leg drive, quick ball, gone through the back. Libbok, beautiful time pass to Andre Esterhuizen. Again, a quick pickup by Peter Stefan. Quick setup from the box. Reinak with the pass to Lekanya. Timed the pass to perfection. Good, the Arends are beating 3 really poor Wallaby defenders there. And the box now truly into a great lead here. The conversion from Libbok has gone short and wide. So the score remains 22 points to 5. JP asks, is the ball going to be his at the end of the game? I would think so. Liberty World sê hulle sal soek en nie kry nie. Lekker boys. Right, so the restart then from the Wallabies. It's a high-hanging kickoff, well taken by Marvin Uri, just outside the 22, between the 22 and the 10-meter line of the Springboks. 7 meters out from the left-hand touchline. Kobus Reinak goes to the kick to the air. Gannon Moody chasing this one down, and it's taken by Tom Wright. Gets past Moody now. Running a little bit sideways, brought down by John Klein, just short of the halfway line now. Quade Cooper getting that ball on the back foot, goes with a little cross kick for Pete Samu, who's on the field for him. But now the ball is supposed loose, and Billy LaRue kicks it downfield, and into touch it goes between the 22 and the 10 of the Wallabies. Samu Karevi onto the field for the Wallabies. 22 points to 5. Let's just see if the referee's going to penalize him or not. Oh, in fact, it's a penalty to the Springboks here, taking out the player without the ball. So, Quade Cooper then, with that cross kick, not very successful. Australia 18, yikes, says JP. So, Manny Libbok then with the kick downfield. He's going to find touch 5 meters out from the try line. Another try will give the Springboks the bonus point. 22 points to 5 it is. In Super Rugby, you need to, in Rugby Championship, you need to score 3 tries more than the opposition. Johan van Sail says the hesitation of awarding a try is causing a lot of mini heart attacks here. So here comes the box now with the driving ball. Try time, surely they cannot be stopped at the moment. The try, let's see what the referee says. Oh, held up. Held up is the call. Oh dear, oh dear. Surely that cannot be held up. Are they going to go upstairs here for this one? Well, the referee very clear in his decision. Let's have a look. Time has been stopped on the clock. Biardi, the assistant referee, stops Ben O'Keefe in his tracks there and says, you better go upstairs and have a look. Shark Brain asks, are you going to do the Argentinian game? Unfortunately not tonight, Shark Brain. Got some personal stuff that I need to attend to tonight. So, yeah, no All Blacks Argentina game today. Alvarius says held up. Yeah, I couldn't believe it as well, Alvarius. Let's go and have a look here. I could not think for a second that they were able to stop that one. Oh, it's Marco van Staden fell the wrong way there. So this could well and truly be held up over the try line. Yeah, that's no try. Great call from Ben O'Keefe. Absolutely great one. But, oh dear, here comes a yellow card for the Wallabies. So sacking that maul is the call then. Will we see a penalty try here? So David Porecki has been sent to the bin, and we should see a penalty try come here for the Boks. Let's have a look. A certain try would have been scored had he not sacked that one. Goes to ground. Yeah, surely. That's going to be a penalty try. Yeah, penalty try to the Springboks. 29 points to 5, and that's the bonus point secured for the minute. 29 points to 5, and the Springboks now well and truly on their way to give this Wallaby side a thumping tonight. 15 minutes played in the second half. 29 points to 5. 29 points to 5. Penalty try for the Springboks. The restart, then the high hanging kickoff again. Whoa, played in the air there, surely. Let's see what the referee says. No, play on. Yeah, there comes the penalty. Now they're going to have to go upstairs again, I'm sure, to go and have a look at this. Dwayne Vermeulen has stayed down. 29 points to 5. And let's see if the clock has been stopped there. The Wallabies now starting to play very negative rugby as Dwayne Vermeulen is back on his feet. So are they going to go upstairs to have a look at that? No, the referee's happy that it should only be a penalty. So Libbok is going to kick this downfield then for the Boks. Manny Libbok from just outside his own 22 now, going to try and kick this for territory. Finds touch between a halfway and the 10-meter line of the Springbok of the Wallabies. Sorry. Abid says Wallabies up for a hiding. Hoeveel kaarte hier if laat hy nog uithaal, says Liberty Will. Bonambi with the throw in. Oh, that looks a little bit skew, but the ball stolen by the Wallabies anyway. And now, under pressure. It's Manny Libbok. Picks that ball up. It's try number 5 for the Boks. Oh dear. This is incredible. 34 points to 5. The Springboks now lead. And after that line-out steal, not gathered by the Wallabies, some really great pressure being put on the runners there of the Wallabies. And then makes the mess. Peter stepped away with a tackle, and Manny Libbok with a pick-up. Brilliant. 34 points to 5 with a conversion to come. We've had 15 minutes in the second half. Are they going to go upstairs to have a look at it again? Let's stop the clock right there. But I think a try has been awarded. They're going to go upstairs to have a look here. I don't think that ball has been knocked by Peter Steph-Tutue. That ball just spilled loose from Vunivalu, surely. A week ago, the New Zealand supporters were saying that they don't need us, says JP. Right, let's have a look. We're looking at the tackle from... Oh, yeah. All right, fair enough. We might see this try being overturned. Because it does look like Peter Steph-Tutue's hand just got hold of that. Yeah, I don't think that's going to be a try. Let's just see. I don't have any audio on my side, but from the looks of it, it does look, yeah, there we go. No try. So Ben O'Keefe calling them back 29 points to 5. Just a little hand there on the ball from Peter Steph-Tutue. At first glance, it didn't look like it, but a knock on from Peter Steph-Tutue, and It will be a scrum down to the Wallabies just outside their own 22. Terry Patton asks, is this a warm-up game for the Rugby Championship, or has Australia not turned up for this game? Looks like they haven't turned up for this game. Right, so Ulysses onto the field now for the Wallabies as well. Archie Snyman has come onto the field for the Springboks. And let's see what other changes there will be for this one. Still 29-5. Who predicted that? I don't think anybody predicted it. I knew South Africa were going to win this one, but I expected a little bit more from the Wallabies. But credit to the Springboks. They've been brilliant today. And I mean, this is shorting players like Cheslin, Colby, Dialendi, lots of Andre Pollard, Faf de Klerk, and Jasper Wiese, and Kulisi, and Edsabeth, and all those ones. So time is back on then. Scrum feed here to the Wallabies as big scrum from the box. Put them under pressure, but play on Quade Cooper with a kick downfield. Haven't found touch, and now a chance here for South Africa to clear this ball from inside their own 22. Sends it back to Quade Cooper now. Gets the pass out to Korabeti, who's going to run it up to between the 10 and the halfway line now of the Wallabies. Nick White again now. Back it comes to Ulysses. Ulysses just taking it up just short of the halfway line inside Wallaby territory. Nick White now goes with the box kick over the top. Vunivalu will be chasing up after it, but no real chasers. Taken by Willie, nearly knocks that ball on, but managed to regather it now. Archie Snyman takes two defenders with him between the 22 and the 10-meter line. Penalty advantage now for the Springboks. Manny Libbok. Libbok now gets the pass away to Lukanyam. Lukanyam gets past one defender, but tackled by Michael Hooper as Ben O'Keefe calls them back for the penalty. So offside there from the All Blacks with 22 minutes to go. 22 minutes to go. 29 points to 5 here as Libbok will now try and get some distance on this kick from the penalty. That's a good looking kick from him. Finds touch just short of the 10-meter line of the Wallabies. Archies Snyman there taking 3 defenders to bring him down, and then Nalana Toa lying on the wrong side of the field there. May Prinsloo says the Boks are the very best team that, the Boks are the very best team. Line out again, stolen by the Wallabies. This is concerning for the Boks now. Quade Cooper gets it out to Karevi. Karevi brought down on the 10-meter line. Great counter-ruck here from Andre Estrosen, but it comes back to the Wallabies. A loop pass over the top has gone forward, and it will be a scrum down to the Springboks on the 10-meter line of the Wallabies. My bad for Alfie Living says there was a slip on the tongue. You said All Blacks. Apologies there. Daviso says it's good to have a kicking 10 unlike the previous games. Yeah, look, Andre Pollard has been out injured for a while now, and the Boks doing really well without him at the moment. You could see a little bit of jitters from Manny Libbok throughout this game, but he's done exceptionally well so far. So McDermott also comes on for the Wallabies now. Sika says Bongi has been really sloppy at line-out times today. Yeah, they've lost about 3 line-outs and then 2 overthrows, so it accumulates to about 5 line-outs gone a begging. You don't normally see that from Bonambi. Right, so Kobus Reinach then to feed this one in. We're about 2 minutes ahead of the time here, but anyway, Reinach with the feed. Strong scrum from the Boks. We haven't seen the penalty scrum from the Boks. Here it comes now. Advantage. Kobus Reinach goes with a little grubber through for Cannon Moody, but into touch It goes about 10 meters up from the try line. We're coming back for that penalty. Yeah, so Tabiso Bonambi's throwing has not been on point. He's not in the game. Scrum-wise, he's been really good. But, yeah, Dweba also not a renowned line-out thrower for the Springboks. And that is a little bit worrying because Malcolm Mark sometimes also not on song. So it is a little bit worrying. The kick to the corner from the box now. And another chance now to just really sink our teeth into this Wallaby side. It's out just about 5 meters inside the 22. Let's see if they can get a driving maul going again. David Westhuizen says Bokke will win Rugby Championship and World Cup. Why not? To the back they go. Peter Steptoe now sets up the driving maul. Here comes the Springboks again now. This one has gone to ground now. Kobus Reinak, Bongi Bonambi, 7 meters out from the try line as the Springboks working towards the middle of the field. Kitshoff sets it up. Now Reinak out to Lebok. Long got a pass to Moody. Moody can't get the pass. Back on the inside it goes. Picked up by Erke Snyman. Out to Peter Steptoe. Spins out of 1 or 2, but Benno keep calling them back for a knock-on. So just a little knock-on from Manny Lebok there. Will give a little bit of hope for this Wallaby side. The Visa says, well, seems like we're going to be in more trouble if whoever comes on. The problem, Alvarez, is that Mark's lineout's also not 100% accurate. I think the last time Bismarck, Du Plessis, and the likes of John Smith and those guys were on point with their lineout throws. But I mean, they're human, they make mistakes, and these kind of things do happen in a game. Right, so we're going to roll that clock back just a little bit because I think we are a little bit ahead of time here. 29 points to 5 here with 20 minutes to play in this game. It's incredible effort from the Springboks today. Liberty World says Eddie is nog in Engeland. Foxtrot says Tabiso is not that bad. No, Dweba's not bad. I think all our line-up throws need to work on their throws a little bit. I've always thought that Bonambi, for me, has been the more accurate line-up thrower of the three. But, yeah, today we've seen that he's only human as well. So Tate McDermott now will feed this scrum here for the Wallabies. Time's back on, so let's see if the Wallabies have anything left in their tank at the moment. Still 3 minutes on that yellow card. They've got 2 yellow cards as the Wallabies. Rob Valentini off the back, then off thumped by Dwayne Vermeulen. Nearly ripping that ball as well now. Under pressure as the Wallabies 5 meters up from their own try line. Jean Klein goes over that ball, but it is going to come back for the Wallabies now. McDermott gets the ball back to Quade Cooper on the boot. Not going to find touch. Finds Cannon Moody just inside the Wallaby half now. Up to the 10-meter line. He goes brought down by Cooper. Now Kobus Reinak waiting for it. Pick up and go by Peter Steptoe. Nearly catching them off guard. Now quick ball needed for the box. Klein at scrum off. Willie Leroux just holds back with a pass. Now gets it out to Kanya with a little stab through. Picked up beautifully by Tom Wright though. Inside the 22 of the Wallabies. Penalty to the Wallabies there. And Lukanya is the penalised or guilty party there. And for some reason, the box maybe should have held on to that ball. A pointless little grubber through there from Lukanya, really. So we've got 18 minutes to play. The kick downfield from Quade Cooper. Finding touch roundabout on the 10-meter line inside their own half. The Springboks have been clinical today at times. Looked really good on the attack. And definitely splitting it up between kicking and running and working with the forwards. So Dweba on as well as Thomas Detoy for the Springboks now. And also Vincent Koch. So a whole new front row here for the Springboks. The throw in now from Ulysses for the Wallabies, taken by Rob Valentini, more formed by the Wallabies. One would feel that the Springboks might have done a little bit more with this 2 yellow cards. Well, it's not 2, sorry, it's only 1 yellow card, but one would have felt that they would have done better. The kick taken by Kirtley Arendse from the Wallabies. Springboks got possession on the 10, now gets it out to Thomas du Toit. Springboks set it up once again. Slow ball this time. Kobus Reinhardt looking to just slow the speed of the game down just a little bit. Goes with the box kick over the top, and that one full out on the full, and that's a poor kick from him. Maybe time for Grant Williams to come onto the field as well. Line out to the Wallabies on the 10-meter line inside South Africa. Reinhardt having a decent game, but just again a little bit slow in the passing area, where the breakdown has been a little bit slow from him. One could argue and say that he's timed it. There was times that he's been really quick, and then there was times that he's been really slow. Might just be trying to try and slow things down a little bit more. That line out from the Wallabies not going it straight, and it will be a scrum down to the Springboks. So Arendse on a hat-trick today. There was a penalty try as well to the Springboks. Nongor making his debut for the Wallabies, given on for slipper as well. And now Ulysses will stay on the field for Poreki. Sharkbrain says New Zealand will put 60 on this Wallabies side. Box needs to be more clinical. Well, look, a win is a win. We expected a close game. It's anything but a close game at the moment. 24 points separating the two teams at the moment. So, yeah, I'm all happy with how things are going at the moment. Right, Kobus Reinhardt then to feed this one into the scrum for the Springboks from the 10-meter line. 660 people watching. Don't forget to press the like button. It's a wheel around and an advantage now to the Springboks. Penalty. Here it comes. 15 minutes to play in this game. The Boks get a penalty from scrum time. And Libbok now will just kick this downfield yet again. It's becoming a little bit sloppy now towards the end of this game. Libbok gets the kick away, finds touch between the 10 and the 22-meter line of the Wallabies. Sharkbrain says hopefully Dricus du Plessis will get the win as well tonight. Can you maybe confirm to me what time that will be, Sharkbrain? Because if it's not too late, maybe we can stay up and watch that fight. But Grant Williams onto the field now, Dion Fourie as well. For the last 15 minutes of this game, can the Springboks get another try here? Bonus point is secured for the Springboks at the moment. Christian. Jean Klein off the back now. Dion Fourie gets it up to Andre Esterhuizen. Just short of the 22 now. Grant Williams. Vincent Koch. Vincent Koch now sets it up. Williams again now. Jean Klein. Williams snipes on his own and he's gone through beautifully now. 5 meters out from the try line. Needs support now. Erkje Snyman Dweba. 5 meters out from the try line. Pick up and go from Peter Steph du Toit. Williams again waiting for it. Needs to come out now. Vincent Koch. 7 phases already from the box. Williams. Dweba again. Just 2 meters out from the try line now. Can they get this ball back? Comes again. Peter Steph du Toit. Over the try line he goes. But I think he's held up again. Oh dear. Great defense there from the Wallabies. That one is held up. The referee in a perfect position and maybe should not have gone on his own there. Oh, it's just the foot of Quade Cooper really keeping that ball away. So we're going to have a goal line dropout. Dominica says Du Plessis fighting tomorrow at 6 a.m. So it's an early wake up then. Maybe wake up for that one. The restart then from the Wallabies, and that one, has it gone directly into touch from the goal line dropout? Now this will be interesting to see what's going to happen. 5 meter lineup maybe. So 13 minutes to go. And we will have a 5 meter scrum down to the Springboks. This is even worse for the Wallabies. Shark Brain says Wannabes are just hanging on for dear life to keep the score down. JP says, I hope the Argentinians can show up later. How incredible will that be if Argentina can pull one over the All Blacks again later tonight? 29 points to 5. We've got 12 minutes to go in this one. Christian says, ag nee man, die bloody Wallabies kan net skielik net tackle as hulle op die doellyn is. Warriors says Springboks under 22, don't forget them. Right, so scrum feed here from Williams. Big drive coming, going the short side. Here's Grant Williams. Gets the pass out to Kurtley Arendse, but it's gone backwards there now. Manny Libbok throws a little dummy. Gets it out to Andre Esterhuizen. He's just 2 meters out from the try line now. Grant Williams gets it out to Thomas to a penalty advantage. Coming for the Springboks now. Grant Williams again. Manny Libbok goes to the cross kick here. And, no, into touch it goes. So we're going back for the penalty. We are going back for the penalty to the Springboks. Mendoza at altitude. I hear the stadium is on a mountain. I'm not sure about that one, Shark Brain, but I know it's a very tough area to play. We are going to go upstairs to have a look here. Maybe we'll see a second penalty try coming up here, or another yellow card. Was there interference from the Wallabies in that pass? And would a try have been scored? Let's have a look. Grant Williams got past one. Then that little pass. Oh, it's been slapped down by Vunivalu. And now the question is, would Kurtley Arendse have scored his 4th try had he received that ball? It's an open try line, really, after that slap down. He never went for the tackle. He went for the ball, slapped it down. So in my personal opinion, I would say that's a penalty try. Yellow card and penalty try. 29 points to 5. Let's see what the referee decision is, or the TMO at least. So yellow card coming for Vunivalu regardless. Will we get a penalty try as well? So there's the yellow card. And what does the referee say? Penalty try. There we go. So penalty try to the Springboks brings the score up to 36 points to 5 now. 36 points to 5. The Springboks lead the Wallabies. Yeah. It's just clear as daylight. He didn't go for the tackler, went for the slap down, pays the price. We've got around 11 minutes to play in this one. Damian Willemse now onto the field as well. Not sure. Yeah, he's in the place of Reinach. So I'm not sure who went off earlier. The restart recollected there by the Wallabies though. And a chance now to attack from inside South Africa's half. Take McDermott now. Gets the pass out to Samu. Sets it up through Ulysses now. McDermott again. Wide they go. Here's an opportunity for them from the 10-meter line of the Springboks. Comes again now. Oh, flat pass there to Ulysses. It's taken up again by the Wallabies. Going backwards at the moment. Rob Valentini. A little knock on there as well. So scrum down to the Springboks. Van Roos also on the field. So Libok is still on the field. So means that Willems have slotted in the place of Willie Leroux maybe. With 10 minutes to play in this one. 36 points to 5. Yeah, Johan van Zyl, you got it spot on there. Eddie Jones must apologize to the SAP team. Careful to criticize opponent selections. So with 10 minutes to go in this one, it's a scrum down to the Springboks on the 10-meter line inside their own half. What a game this is from the Springboks. We've seen 2 penalty tries in this game. We don't normally see penalty tries, but tonight we might even get a hat-trick at the pace that it's going on at the moment. So Grant Williams then to feed this one in. On the 10-meter line of the Springboks. That ball has gone down. Referee says play on. Here they come, Andreas Teresen on the loop around Manny Libok. Space opens up wide now. Willems needs to get this pass away. No, he goes himself up to the 22-meter line. Now Grant Williams snipes. Will get the flat pass out to Peter Stefter, but it's been knocked on. And now Korabeti, the counter-attack. On the 22-meter line they come. Hands are plenty, numbers are plenty. Gordon nearly into a little half gap there, but brought down by Roos. Now Dwayne Vermeulen makes the tackle. Still the Wallabies come now from just outside their own 22. It's taken up by Samu Karevi. Slow ball now. Nate McDermott, Carter Gordon, long cut-out pass. Has that gone forward? Yes, it's gone. So the referee going to call them back for that forward pass. And scrum down to the Springboks. 8.5 minutes to go. Just Jason asked, does the ref get a hat-trick in that case? Looks like he wants to give himself a hat-trick today. But it's really poor discipline from the Wallabies. They've been under pressure since basically the last time they scored a try, and that was in the opening 8 minutes of the game. So since then, the Wallabies have been absolutely nowhere in this game. Ethan says, I thought now was a decent time to put my vote in for the potential match winners. Janiko says, load shedding in Kukenaap, Western Cape now, but I feel like it could have been 50 points by now. Yeah, look, 36 points to 5, we'll take it any day. If you told me that was going to be the score before the game started, I would have taken it with both hands. Now Grant Williams, Andre Esterhuizen, penalty bodies cut through the defense, but a little knock on though. We are going to come back for a penalty to the Springboks regardless. Tabisa says, poor discipline will get you punished. Christian said, daarop Loftus is at rof, nee. At least they scored one try at altitude, says Sharp Brain. And then Terry says, does the Aussies know they are playing rugby against South Africa and not the Ashes? The score looks like a cricket score. Right, so Libok to kick this to the corner. Too many handling errors, says Tabiso, which is probably true. If we were being a little bit more clinical today, we definitely could have put past the 50, but it's just not to be today. So line up to the Springboks now, about 10 meters out from the Wallaby try line. An opportunity to really add insult to the wins. It's taken by Archie Snyman. Here comes the driving ball from the Springboks. It's been brought down 5 meters out. Peter stepped away with a pick up and go. Grant Williams now gets the little pop pass to Andre Esterhuizen. He's well taken care of now. Here find the rest of the pick up and go. Roos driven back in that tackle though. 5 meters out from the try line now. Dwema puts it in low. Grant Williams again waiting for it now. Running straight at it is Andre Esterhuizen. A little bit high from him. Now Williams again out to Van Roos once again. They're watching him very closely as the Wallaby defense. Little pop pass to Thomas du Toit, just a meter out. And Peter Steph du Toit, as easy as that, gets another one for the Springboks. 41 points to 5 with a conversion to go with 5.5 minutes to go. Well, it's 41 points to 5, and it's an absolutely hammering of the Wallabies today. Wouldn't have expected this at the start, and like I say, we'll take this all day. 5 points secured for the Springboks today, and now things are looking really good for them. 5 minutes to go. How important will this victory be, taking it to the All Blacks next week? I know there's 10 or somewhat players already in New Zealand and waiting to join up with the rest, but how good is the Springbok side really? One will have to ask this question, and on the other hand, one will have to ask how poor is this Wallaby side really? But I feel that they will bounce back at some stage and will be definitely in the mix for the World Cup later as this Wallaby side. But we'll probably see whether the Springboks are as good as the scoreboard suggests next weekend when we take on the All Blacks. Liberty World says, sit nog tyd by, dit loop dan te lekker. The conversion is struck gold through the middle, 43 points to 5 with 4 minutes to play. Can we bring up the 50-pointer? I don't think the Wallabies will ever want to play the box at Loftus ever again. 43 points to 5 with 3.5 minutes to go. That kickoff is going to be secured by the Wallabies, but they've knocked it on. So scrum down to the Springboks. Abel de Toy, vra, waar is jou brandas? Man, ek weet nie, deesdae is dit moeilik om iets te sê, Abel, jy weet, met die nuwe reëls hier op die kanaal en al daai tipe goedjies, weet mens nooit wat regtig om te sê nie, maar hier is 'n bietjie vuilkoek in die hande. Ek sip maar so deur en deur. Right, scrum down to the Springboks on the 10-meter line inside their own half. Can we put the 50 up? Can Arendse get another try? Arendse already having a hat-trick. Tabisa says, let's play the game, not the ref. If we beat the All Blacks next week, then we're literally the only representatives of South Africa at the World Cup that can win it. Right, here's the scrum. It's another big one from the box. Penalty advantage now. Grant Williams gets it out to Cannon Moody, who gets past the first defender. He's going to run it up. Puts a little kick in behind, but Korobetti's done well to collect that. But steps into touch on the 22-meter line. Line up to the Springboks. Yorina says, so proud, so happy. Guru, you are my favorite commentary. Thanks, Yorina. 2 minutes to go with the Springboks having a massive lead, 38 points, and 50,000 people are witnessing it at the Loftus First Veld today. Tabisa, the big scrum boys, that was a big one now. Off the back they go, Lebok out, goes to Dion Fourie, sets it up just outside the 22 now. Grant Williams gets it out, Lebok slips there and under pressure, could concede the penalty here. That the Wallabies have turned it over. Now Michael Hooper, outtake McDermott now. Carter Gordon, Samu Karevi, Tom Wright. Tom Wright into a bit of space now, gets it out to Lenny Kitoa. Lenny Kitoa brought down on the 10-meter line into touch. And with a minute and a half to go, it will be a line up to the Springboks. JP says Australia dark horse for the World Cups. Yeah, look, they're going to be a different outfit come World Cup time, JP. Unfortunately, they've just not gelled together today in this opening Rugby Championship game. But I'm sure Eddie Jones will get it right for them. Liberty World says the slaghuis is oop. So in fact, it's a line out to the Wallabies. That's not straight, surely. And yeah, the referee blows on his whistle. Not straight, scrum down with less than a minute to go. Less than a minute to go in this one. The Springboks have absolutely annihilated the Wallabies today. 43 points to 5. And yeah, mission complete, job done in the first test of the season. Now it's time to get ready for the All Blacks next week. Less than a minute to go in this game. Can we see another try before the end? Michael Coleman says, for us, without visual, Guru, you are as good. Thanks, Michael. The scrum feed from the box. It's here van der Roos. Oh, just slips off the back, but still manages to leg drive his way up to the halfway line. Now Grant Williams gets it out to Kurt Arendse. He cuts back on the inside. Now quick ball needed. Grant Williams gets it back to Dion Fourie. He's gone straight through. Can he get there? No. The ball goes backwards. And Carter Gordon has picked it up. Now comes Lusakin, Samu Karevi, out to Carter Gordon, Michael Hooper. Good tackle there on him from Cannon Moody inside the 22. Now the ball comes back again to Australia's side. Samu Karevi now. Just inside the 22. Tate McDermott gets the flat pass out to Nomgor. And now Carter Gordon with a little grabber through. It's going to work fine. Marika Korabeti gets the pass out to Carter Gordon. Cuts back on the inside. This could be a try at the other end of the field. It's going to be Carter Gordon in for the second try of the Wallabies. 43 points to 10 with the conversion to come. Wow. End-to-end stuff here. But it's going to be the Wallabies who's going to have the last say of this game. Carter Gordon, the replacement fullback, gets his first international career try for them. And just one more conversion to go. Nothing wrong with that try from them. And this conversion should be an easy one for the Wallabies, really. Are they going to go upstairs to have a look here whether a try's been scored or not? Well, he hasn't kicked this one yet, so there might still be a twist to this tale. They are going to go upstairs for... no, he waited for the T there. So the try has been awarded. Collins Kibler says, Guru, the next Super Sport commentator. That would be great, Collins, but at this stage I don't see it happening. Carter Gordon in with the conversion attempt then, just to add a little bit of extras for the Wallabies here. Yeah, that's gone straight through. So 43 points to 12, an absolute hammering of the Wallabies here today. And what a win for the Springboks to get their Rugby Championship underway. Thank you for each and every one of you guys who have joined in here for this game. It's been a really spectacular game to do commentary on, and it's always great to have the Springboks win this opening game. So until next time, guys, this is the Rugby Guru. Don't forget, we will be back next weekend for the All Blacks game. So until then, cheers for now.